Hello, hello, hello. Happy Saturday, y'all. I hope everybody can hear me. I hope you can hear well. We were having some technical difficulties earlier, but it seems like we got it all worked out. And I just want to say hello to the people coming in Chaco Kitty, SBK. I have a guest with me this evening, and we are going to be discussing the CNN Grape, or I'm saying Grape for the YouTube terms, Academy, this online predator ring that was exposed by CNN. I think that it's important that we discuss this issue as it seems to be a growing problem. And this is the second time a ring like this has been exposed, once last year at the beginning of the year and now. So, just a trigger warning, we're going to be getting into some heavy subjects. This may not be the stream for you if you're sensitive to the subject. I appreciate you coming through anyway. And hey, Sunkiss, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Um, I just want to say that I want to handle this situation, the topic itself, with as much sensitivity as possible. But there's quite a few things that I do want to discuss. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce my guest, Jure Malay. Thank you so much for coming through.
Yes, peace and love, everyone. Thank you so much for even setting this up, inviting me. I'm ready to get into some things. Like you said, Candy, we're going to be handling this with a lot of care, consideration, and grace, y'all, because this is heavy stuff. If you don't know me, hi, I am Jure Malay. I talk about hot topics, popular topics, and I talk about them in a way that helps us reshape and reframe our paradigm so that way we can live the life that we deserve. I hope to have a good conversation, girl. Let's get into some things.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so first of all, um, I don't know how many people have been following this story, if you've watched it at all. But I do want to show a little bit of the video and to kind of to get into this. Essentially, what happened was CNN did an undercover operation investigation where they found basically a ring of multiple people, men who were like who were basically taking videos and doing sexual acts with their incapacitated partners. So what was happening is they were drugging them and they were teaching each other like how to get away with doing it, how much dosage, what um, pills to use, like making recommendations on how to get away with harming your partner and how to monetize it. And so that's the discussion that we're actually having today. And I want to say hello, hey Mahogany, welcome in. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad you were curious to hear about it, and it's definitely something that we want to talk about. 'Cause we need to bring awareness to the situation. Like, there's been a lot of talks recently about men and the dangers of men, and I'm hearing not all, not all, not all. And while it's true, not all men are dangerous. All men can be though. And I don't want to have this discussion to like fearmonger, but we do need to have some honesty and some like open dialogue about what happens when the person laying next to you is the one who's causing the most harm to you. And you may not even know it. Like some of the stories that came up in the midst of this was that CNN was uncovering as they were running up on people, letting the women know that they had even been victimized. Imagine being at a restaurant and that's how you found out that your husband had been violating you and putting videos out on the internet and selling it to other men was because a news reporter came and told you. He didn't tell you, you never ran across it yourself. You're finding out right now because of a CNN reporter. Like the amount of devastation and betrayal that those women must have felt. Yeah, it's crazy. But bear with me a moment here. I want to go ahead and pull up the actual video because I did share that on my community wall a little bit ago. Let me see. And I hope you all are having a good Saturday. I hope that it's been a good week. If it was a long week, hopefully you're getting some rest and relaxation today. And yeah, I just hope that everybody's in good spirits, good mental health, and we have a good stream. And I have posted so many things here. There it is. Okay, so I have it paused. Give me a chance to share this. I should probably separate it from, okay. And hey, Pagoda, welcome in. May, thank you for coming in as well. And May says, this sounds like something white men mostly would do. That's a power domination. F her rep, career accomplishments, hidden rage, passive aggressive. Well, I will say that the people caught in the ring were primarily in like France, Poland, a few other areas over in Europe. The original ring that I was talking about, oh, I just lost my screen. The original ring from last year was actually based out of Germany. So we have two different groups of people. One, it's like it was through Telegram, and it was over 70,000 men, just one group of people. This new one was multiple groups with uh, like it's a website with multiple layers to it where different people were doing different things. It was a lot. And hey, INC, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you to anybody else who may be in the clouds and not touching down. I appreciate you coming through. Just give us a like if you don't mind. Likes are free. We appreciate it. And then, Jeray, can you drop your link in my chat? Because I do want to make sure that my people know you.
Yeah, I'll do that for sure. Definitely.
Just a moment here. Let me share the screen and audio as well. Okay, this is fair use. This is the video, if you all have not seen it, of the CNN report talking about what happened. Hey, Barb, welcome in. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through.
We've been messaging for months, this man and I. But he doesn't know who I am because I've been undercover posing as a man.
2 years ago, the world was shocked by the case of Dominic Pellico.
Dominic Pellico admitted to recruiting
enlisting
a French man who drugged his wife and invited
Sorry,
dozens to rape her.
let me pause it.
For almost a decade, he secretly dosed her drinks.
Can y'all hear it okay? I just want to make sure. Is it low? Is it low? Are you hearing it okay? Just want to make sure it's not too low.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, good. Joe is asking, can I sleep on cam today? No, Joe, I won't be doing that today, but appreciate that. That's funny. Okay. Oh, he's talking about you sleeping on cam. That's one. Okay, got you. Here we
And
go.
sexually assaulted her. A months-long investigation has revealed he was far from unique.
These communities exist and continue to feed off what happened to you.
Pellico is not an outlier.
What's your emergency?
Using our son's sleeping medication.
He's been drugged.
The bedroom isn't safe. The bed is not safe.
We infiltrated a vast international network hiding in plain sight. And it led us to the same room as a man who said he was drugging and raping his wife.
I think he's going to be at this restaurant nearby. I think I'll be able to pick him out. But it is going to be quite unnerving being in the same room as him. That's him. I recognize him.
Emergency?
Borderline connecting.
Go ahead, caller. What's your emergency?
I've just heard from my daughter. She's on her own in a house with 4 children and has just learned she's been drugged with her son's sleeping medicine.
We worry about his coming behind us, walking down the street. We worry about going to our car late at night, but we don't worry about who we lie next to. I didn't realise I had to.
And what do you think about that? What do you think about what she just said?
Me, I think she feels like most women, like, this is my husband. I don't feel like I need to protect myself from the man that I married. She just seems completely lost. She feels like I didn't know I had to do that.
I just I don't think most women think they have to do that. I think most of us are like would be in shock to find out unless you know that you are married to like a really bad person, like it's somebody who's already abusive. But it's the ones who are um, the masked normalcy, able to live a double life that always gets us right. So I'm gonna go ahead and play some more of this.
Zoe Watts may never know if the videos her husband made of her being raped were ever uploaded online. But huge numbers of videos are being posted by users who claim it's non-consensual. One website profiting from this is motherless.com. Last year, we began investigating a porn site that gets over 60 million visits a month, focusing on the thousands of videos featuring women who appear unconscious during sex acts. It's home to over 20,000 videos of so-called sleep content, with hundreds of thousands of views. One popular hashtag is iCheck, a way of proving a woman is asleep. We created a fake name and soon got into a private Telegram group that's dedicated to sharing sleep content with almost 1,000 members.
So some person will say, oh, I'm thinking about drugging my wife tonight. Someone is like, great idea, you should give her this.
The Telegram conversation makes it real. It feels like it's all happening there, and that you're fearful of someone actually turning on their webcam and showing you, their wife there and then.
Survivors of these assaults, like Zoe, often spend months or years trying to rationalize what's happening to them. She met her husband when she was 17. He's now serving 11 years for rape, sexual assault by penetration, and drugging.
On the face of it, and certainly to the public, he did seem Mr. Perfect, but there was an undercurrent throughout the marriage.
She had no reason to suspect that he'd been raping her for what she now believes was 10 years. Then one Sunday, after church, he confessed to crushing pills into her drink.
He reeled off a list of his wrongdoings to me as if it was, a shopping list. I've done this, and this. I've been using our son's sleeping medication to put in your last cup of tea at night to tie you down, take photographs, and rape you. And I think I just went into shock. I became ill, very ill, and had lost weight and couldn't really leave the house. I found it. I don't think I knew how to be around people at that time because I felt so broken.
So I just wanted to pause it there for a second and like for everyone to kind of just take in what this lady just said. She had no idea that her husband was doing this. And then he came and confessed to her, like very matter of factly, like he was, what is it the Catholics do when they want to cleanse their spirits? It's the doing confession with the priest. Like he was just getting it off in confession and was supposed to have, three Hail Marys clear it all. And this lady was devastated. The sense of safety that you took away from her, not only it's not only a sense of safety, but think about it. It's in just regular everyday attacks, people lose their sense of safety. But now the unsafe space is your home. The unsafe space is your bedroom. The unsafe person is the person sitting next to you, smiling at you every day, telling you that they love you. And this is the same person who knows behind, behind that mask, behind that smile, that they're hurting you, that they're harming you. How you could lay your head down at night next to that woman knowing what you were doing to her, I will never understand. Did you have anything you wanted to say, Jere?
I mean, no, I think, you know, you're right. It's hard to understand because it's a perversion and not it's not right. You know what I mean? So you probably won't uh get it. And I think that the sad reality and the unfortunate truth is people don't want to believe that these kind of, men and women exist.
Hmm.
And that unfortunately keeps people um potentially in danger and at risk.
Yes, agreed. Agreed. They always teach you about stranger danger. From the time we were little, stranger danger, stranger danger. But what happens when the danger is not coming from a stranger? What happens when the danger is coming from within the house? That's the part they don't prepare you for. No, the world does not prepare you for.
Yeah, I think the same is true.
So we kept
Like even I'm sorry, the same is true for even when we're like talking about kids and good touch and bad touch. So you hitting the head on the nail with that. Like it's not always a stranger; it's somebody in that basement. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly. And welcome in, Irby. I see you. Hello, welcome, welcome.
Kept the abuse secret for a few months as she grappled with what had happened to her, speaking out only after a severe panic attack. Her mother then called the police.
there were some times that I thought, no, this isn't right. But what would it mean? What would our family look like? Their children would be without a dad, and there would be a reputation, and my boys would grow up having a reputation, and they'd know what their dad was doing.
I've noticed you haven't used the word rape a lot.
No.
Tell me why.
It just doesn't. I don't know. It's like one of those things, really.
And I'm going to pause it here. I do see a request from Mahogany to come up. I am going to open the panel. I do, okay, at first, I would like the ladies to come up to talk about this, and then we're going to open it up to everybody because I do want to get the men's opinions. Like, this is a conversation that should include everybody, but in the beginning of this right now, I would like it to be ladies only. So I'm going to drop the link, and then, yes, please don't hit it if you're not a woman right now. One second. I need to move this out the way. Copy. And the link has been dropped. Okay, Mahogany, you should see it there. I'm going to try and pin it now. And while we wait for her to come up, I'm going to go ahead and play some more. And welcome in, Tiff for Tat. Appreciate you coming through, twin. Thank you so much.
I struggle with that, to say that that's what's happened. It's like people can say it to me, but I just don't think. Whew.
You know you're not alone.
Yeah, yeah, sadly.
And I just want to pause right here so you can see the screenshot, what it says. Been wanting to do this to my missus for ages. I can get G, but honestly, shit scared of overdose. Always wanted to always start low. You're thinking long game. So if the first time ain't enough, up the dose. This is an actual conversation from what they uncovered. I also want to thank Mahogany Roots for joining us on the panel. Welcome in, Mahogany.
Hey, thank you so much for letting me up.
Absolutely, no problem. And Mahogany, this is
Can you?
Jeray, Mahogany.
Peace. How are you?
Hi, hi, Mr. Ray. I am fine. Mhm.
So Mahogany, you said you wanted to share something with us regarding this issue or this
Oh, yes.
story.
Yes, ma'am. And please forgive me. I'm on this crappy laptop. It has a bit of delay, so forgive me if I respond slow or something. I don't mean to do it. But yes, I'm so glad I know you don't know me, but I feel like we have so much in common. I've been watching your last few live streams in the clouds, and this I wish I could say I'm 100% shocked, but I am not 100% shocked. I and this might sound a little weird, y'all, but I research things like this. I've had some experiences in my own life. I actually had somebody drag or try to drug me. I was at a party with my husband and baby. We were at a friend's party, and this man tried to drug me. I'll tell you about that in a second. But I've also been a victim of abuse by a particular man in the family, honey, that everybody knows. It's just sickening. I have a cousin. I've talked a little bit. I haven't talked too much about it because I didn't want to offend my family members. But I have a cousin that literally has a child with her own biological father. He was molesting her since she was about, well, she got pregnant at 12, but I think it started while she was about 10 years old. So oh gosh, there's so much I could tell you, but it had a huge impact on me. I never really forgave myself. I was a young girl, and I would spend the night at her house. But I had no idea that that was going on. I remember telling my mom the story about how me and her would be in the room playing, and her dad would come in there and lay in the bed with us, and you know, just the things that he was doing. And so I think that piqued my curiosity, and I started researching a lot of, like, I guess, sexual fetishes and quirks. As disgusting as this, and it is very disgusting, I'm not surprised. You have people that are getting off on things like feeding people to the point to where they get obese and die. Like, we're living in such a sick world. But I am so glad and so proud. I really am so proud to see somebody else that's interested in exposing these type of topics. These are not normal topics that this space gets into, but we need to get into. We need to inform ourselves as women about the dark side of some men, not all men, about the dark side of
Hmm.
just life, just because women can be dark too. But I feel like a lot of women don't know. See, I was exposed to molestation um, but like I said, by my own family member, and then my cousin situation. So I know that things can. I know how sick people can be, and it's hard to believe unless you've had that experience. Um, I'll quickly. I don't want to be too long winded, but I'll tell you the story about when we went to a friend's party. How I know he attempted to drug me. Um, my husband and I went off with his friend, and I was sitting at the table. His wife was holding my son, the baby at the time, and so I was just sitting at the table having a little drink, and not really paying attention. This man comes up to me and starts talking to me, and he asked me who I was, and I said, "Well, my husband's out there." I was like, "It's nice to meet you," blah blah blah, and I kind of wandered away because I really wasn't interested in the conversation, and he kept on trying to talk to me. Anyway, as the night went on, he he kept on trying to give me a drink, but I wouldn't accept a drink. I was like, no, I gotta, I really don't need a drink. Anyway, it was late. All I know was like 2 o'clock in the morning. So my friend's wife, our friend, his wife offered me to go lay in one of the spare bedrooms. So I go back there because I told her I wasn't feeling that well and I had a headache. She said, yeah, go ahead and lay back there, girl. I'll watch the baby. I got you. So I laid down. I turned the light off. And I lied to you not, he comes creeping in my room. He thought that I drank that drink. I did not drink that drink. He bought a drink. Well, he got a drink from her or whoever at the house, and he offered me the drink, and I said, no, thank you. But when I got up from the table to go lay down on the back, I left it there. But I think he thought that I drank it, and I didn't. So when he came creeping into the bedroom, I woke up and I was like, what the hell are you doing in here? And he was startled, So I know this is different because you're talking about marriage, but when I'm just saying that the world is, y'all, ladies and gentlemen, we are living in a sick world. You got to guard yourselves. You got to guard your family, your children. People are sick. I just had to share that story with you. But Candy, I am going to be listening. I'm out and about with family and stuff, but I am going to be listening because I find this so fascinating. And I'm so glad that you're sharing something this important and different with us in the space.
No problem at all. And I appreciate you coming up to share your story. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's not easy. I know that there's probably a lot of people out there who can relate to some of the things that
Mm-hmm.
you said. And not everybody is brave enough to tell their own story. So just hearing that, you just don't even know who that might have helped. Even in the process of you saying, like, it's not the same thing as what we're talking about. This man who attempted to drug you was very bold. Like, you're doing this at
Oh
a
yeah.
party. My family is here. Like, God.
Did not care. He did not care that people are sick. It's some kind of sexual addiction. Is I call it a demonic spirit. Um, do you know? Because it kind of, even though it's not exactly the same to me, it's some kind of mental deviancy. But I remember, because, like I said, my curiosity about sexual deviancy has always been kind of high because of what happened to me when I was younger. But I remember there was a story years ago on the Oprah Winfrey Show where the I don't know if it was 2020 CNN, I don't know, but they went undercover, and it was when online kind of first started happening. Do you know that there's people, men, I hate to say it, mostly men, they had connected and they were talking about how to molest children, like how to get away with molesting your own child. Like, if I'm lying, I'm flying. And I remember watching that show being so disgusted because I was a young girl when I saw that episode, but I knew right then, I said, the world has gone to hell in a handbasket. Nothing is, we just have to stay prayed up, y'all. We really do.
Yeah. And you have to be very diligent about your safety no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no matter
Mm-hmm.
what. I mean, we take a lot of things for granted. And I'm going to say this, and it may come off wrong, and I don't mean for it to, but a lot of times, especially in the Black community, like, we've had discussions about marriage being a flex or having a family being a flex. And then, like, when you hear stories like this, like, you think, well, being single might not be so bad, like, at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day, you know what I mean? I don't have to worry about, if I go to sleep, am I going to be harmed in my sleep if I'm sleeping alone? You know what I mean? Like, this is, it's a lot. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's one thing when you have someone who genuinely loves and cares for you and is there to protect you. It's a whole other thing when that person that thinks and protects you is the one who is, like, causing you this sort of trauma. Like, this is, I don't think people really understand the gravity of sexual trauma unless you've been through it. Like, the world
Mm-hmm.
treats it as no big deal. Put a band-aid on it and move on. And it can cause years of um, mental, first of all, it can cause mental delay because you can have arrested development depending on when this
Mm-hmm.
happened to you. This lady said she had panic attacks, night terrors. Like, it's not something, everybody doesn't experience it the same way. Some people develop PTSD from it. Some people develop CPTSD from it. Some people are able to move past it and not have it affect their lives so much. Some people become the predator. Some people don't. Like, it's just, I don't think it's anything that you ever, like, it doesn't go away. You live with it. You learn to live around it. You learn to live with it and despite it. If that makes
Mm-hmm.
sense.
It makes perfect sense. And just thinking while you're talking, just listening to this, like I said, I realized with this topic, I realized, because I always wondered, why was I so obsessed with researching these type of topics? And I realized it's because of what happened to me and what I saw in my own family by men in my own family. I have two uncles. Um, some of my people that have been with me a long time, I've shared some of these stories, but the fact is they're true stories. I have two uncles, both of them married to my aunts for 30 plus years. Don't you know, both of them had children outside of marriage. One of them, the young lady's 30 years old now. So almost his entire marriage, he had a whole nother life. So I'm saying all this to say is that people are living, marriage doesn't necessarily protect you. Being in the long term, and God knows I know this for a fact, being in a long-term relationship doesn't always protect you. You can think you know somebody and they're living in a completely secret life. So yeah, I want to sit here and listen to y'all, to what you're sharing. I am so grateful that you're doing this. I couldn't help myself. I said, oh my God, I've got to talk to Candy. And if I had more time, I would stay up here, but I'm gonna be listening. I'll just be quiet.
I appreciate you coming through, and you are always welcome over here anytime.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
You have a good day, Mahogany.
You too, honey. I'm gonna be
All
right
right, y'all.
in the chat room. All right, bye, boo. Okay.
Okay.
I think it was so nice that she kind of came up and shared that, and I think it's brave of her to come on and be forthcoming about her experience because so many times the victim feel a lot of shame and it's hard
Hmm.
to navigate it. It's one of those things like Lana says sexual trauma doesn't go away. It literally doesn't. Like trauma stays in your body. It rewires your body. It changes how you process, how you feel, what you do, what you see. It goes so deep, guys. It's an emotional wound. It's a physical, sometimes a physical wound that is very deep rooted. And it's such a violation that it's hard to, understand if you've like one never experienced it or really kind of don't have an understanding of to be overpowered or to be manipulated or to be preyed on essentially. But she says something, Mahogany shared that she was doing a lot of research about it
Hmm.
and trying to, figure out and this, then, and third. And that could have been her trauma response, right? Some people respond to things differently. So I think people that take the route of like looking into it, it's a way of trying to rationalize and understand why. And when you have the understanding, it's still your mind and your body trying to rationalize something, which then can offer a level of protection. So even though
Hmm.
the assault happened, even though the thing happened, I can understand how. And so that kind of regulates me a little bit. But that is a trauma response. It's one thing to kind of do it to have some, be informed about it, but people go down these rabbit holes because they're looking for an understanding, and sometimes it's intentionally and sometimes it's subconsciously. Um, but thank you for sharing that. That was really extremely powerful and deep. And, so many times people will know that there's a predator in the family and won't say a word, won't say a
Yeah, that
word.
that what goes on in this house stays in this house is one of the most detrimental things that I think ever
Mm,
happened to the Black community, to any
mm,
community, but I'm specifically speaking to ours.
yes, yes, I agree completely. And then there's also too like the believability of the victim, right? It's hard to because even like in this documentary, the one officer was saying something like, "Oh, it just looks like, uh, she was asleep. How do I know y'all didn't agree to this?" Because sometimes things seem so far fetched that oh no, it couldn't be that, but you just never know. And she mentioned something too, about like just the sexual deviances and the whatever the quirks. It's a difference between sexual quirks and sexual fetishes and being sexually perverse and deviant, and that usually results in the harm. It's when you're
Hmm.
causing harm to someone without their consent, of course. Okay, because we ain't doing no king shame. But I want to be very clear. When it comes to certain things, I am a stickler for using the proper language around things.
Hmm.
And I just want to respect that.
No, I agree with you. There's a difference between whatever you guys may be doing that is
Mhm.
consensual versus taking my choice away and me not even knowing you have done that. Like that's a
Right.
new level. And to me, like, how is this not as close to necrophilia as you can get without actually offing your partner and then doing it? Like the
Well,
fact
yeah.
that you want to, like that's the first thing that I thought of. Like a lot of these men want to have, oh man, okay. Mm,
I
all
think
right,
a
I'm
lot
gonna.
of it is just the control factor. It's the people get a thrill out of doing something they're not supposed to. It's so many different layers, and I'm sure people could do the same act but have different intentions behind it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like,
Hmm.
and they're doing it for different weight. Like they're doing it for a different release or a different reason. So they try to understand. I always say you cannot rationalize the irrational.
Yeah,
You just
that's
can't.
true. Okay, I'm gonna play some more of this. And thank you to everybody who's coming in on both sides. Please hit the like button. and share the video if you don't mind sharing. We appreciate you coming through on this Saturday. You could be anywhere, but you're here with us. I do want to go ahead and say again, trigger warning, we are talking about a very serious topic. And so I just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. What you're listening to is going to be a little heavy.
Mm-hmm.
We messaged with multiple users across the US, the UK, France, Brazil, and beyond, who mostly communicated in English. I connected on Motherless with a user who was selling liquid sedative. Over Telegram, he told me he was running a business, shipping it worldwide. A bottle costs $175.
He's just answered. There's no taste in it, and your wife will not feel anything and will not remember anything. Now he gives instructions on how to use it.
One day,
Okay, I'm sorry, I do got to stop it. So not only are they drugging and raping their partners and putting it up on like this site to make money off of that. They have even there's businesses within businesses from the deviancy that's happening here to where you're selling them the liquid form of whatever this concoction is to help knock out their partners. Like, do you see how many layers? Like, if you really want to dig deep, you follow the money and where the money is going.
a man in the group we're calling Piotr, not his real name, asked, "Is anyone awake?" I replied, and soon he DM'd me. Without encouraging him, I tried to find out how he was managing to do this. Who was he? Where was he? As he continued to share his experience with me, hundreds of users in the group were also coaching one another on how to sedate their partners. Liquids, pills, step-by-step instructions from dozens of drugs to exact dosages were all in the chat. Many of them everyday medicines. Even when women come forward, proving it can be nearly impossible. Some drugs leave the body within 12 hours. Survivors often only realize much later what happened. And even with the courage to speak out, there are still countless roadblocks when it comes to reporting to police or bringing a legal case. Amanda Stanhope didn't know her partner had been abusing her for 5 years.
What were some of the physical signs? I'd wake up on a towel that wasn't there when I went to bed. And sometimes I'd go to bed with, I'd remember wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and they wouldn't be there when I woke up the next morning. I often found lots of bruises on my body that hadn't been there previously.
Her former partner was charged with multiple counts of rape and sexual assault.
The police had to look through all.
Okay, so you know what? We got to stop it every now and then to talk to make sure that we're doing a review and not just basically using their content. So fair use. I do want to put that disclaimer out there. But this woman said she knew something was not quite right, like waking up with a towel underneath you that wasn't there before you went to sleep, and then clothes being missing. What do you think made her not like dive into this on her own, or what do you think? I'm again, I'm trying not to do this, but like I'm also trying to wrap my brain around ignoring something like that. What do you think about that, Jeray?
It's just the simple trust she has in her man. As simple as that. She's probably like, oh, I don't know. Who knows? You know what I mean? It's like, it's almost as if you ever been in a house or something, and like, or let's just say the scary movie comes on and you're watching the movie and you like see something flash by. You're like, huh, maybe, you're like, honey? Like, bitch, that ain't no fucking, that's a ghost. Like, you know what I mean? It's like one of those things you're not really thinking about it because you don't have to, right? You don't have to think about that. I wouldn't wake up and automatically accuse my partner of doing something foul and vile. Maybe I woke up, maybe I forgot, maybe I went to the you can
But
rationalize a
she
thousand and
had
one things.
bruising too. Like the maybe because I'm sensitive to topics like this, like bruising, you waking up all bruised up, you waking up with like clothes missing. Like I think first there would be like a state of shock, maybe a state of denial.
Denial,
But
yes.
yeah, I think maybe that's it. She was in denial because who wants to believe that? Oh no, no. Maybe I just got up and
Yeah.
took it off. I mean, I went to bed with shorts on. Maybe I got hot and took it off and forgot I did it. I could have,
In my
sometimes
sleep, right? Yeah, like if something
yeah,
was in the bed, it left an indent on my skin. Now it's a brute. You can rationalize so many things when you're not expecting something so heinous, right? Like your mind wouldn't jump to that.
mm, mm, mm.
If this was your partner to which you share living, like you live, you share your life, you don't jump to that.
Right. And even if
Like I don't
that
I don't know.
thought would be in the back of your mind, I think most of us would try and like block it out. No, no, that's not it. That's not it. It's got to be
Am I
something else. There's a more
sleepwalking?
logical.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like you'll come up with 1,001 things before it's, "Oh, he's," because also too, I'm imagining that these people are having, they're doing the business while awake too, right?
got to
You
be.
know what I
I
mean?
mean,
Like, these are people who are engaging in regular health, like, I don't wanna say normal, I hate that word, but, like, air quote, "normal sexual relations." So, to think that that's happening, I wouldn't automatically jump to that, not unless there's, like, visible, he shot up the club, and now you like, wait, hold on, what's going on here? Like, you gotta have some real tangible evidence of something. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just wouldn't automatically jump to that because there is an inherent level of trust that you have with your partner. And these men knew that, and they used the blindness or their positioning to take advantage of them. Simple as
hmm
that. She's not suspecting nothing. This is my wife. Low key that there was a time when a man could slap, hit, do whatever he wanted because he was her property.
right.
You know, so he knows that she's not going to suspect him, and they use that to do what they want, or at least in this case, that's what they did.
And May saying you don't believe they would enjoy sex with you not present in quotations. Um, I do know that there are some people who get off on the power, like the overpowering of a person, and that's what helps. But I mean, if you're actively having sex, I think you would want a partner who is having sex with you back. Like, I'm trying to be sensitive about how I even and frame that, but like, I couldn't see enjoying just somebody laying there. Like, what's happening? And so maybe I'm not a man. Of course, we understand that I'm not a man, right? So I don't understand how some men would think, but like, that's not my idea of a good time. I'll put it that way. Um, and Lana says you would think, right? Okay, I'm gonna play some more of the video.
All these videos.
And what did they make of them?
The one where I was absolutely horrified and he'd performed a sexual act on my face whilst I was unconscious, and it was completely clear. And the police looked at this one, and I thought, there's the evidence. And the police said to me, well, we can't use that. That isn't clear evidence because it looks like you're pretending to be asleep.
In England, where survivors Amanda and Zoe live, nearly a quarter of sexual assault victims are assaulted while unconscious or asleep, and that number has risen over the last decade. Amanda's ex took his own life before the case could go to court, piecing her life back together, and the shock of learning about group chats where this kind of abuse continues hasn't faded.
Instantly, my whole body goes and my hands start shaking.
Now, you look at this couple, right? Just looking at them, would you think that this would be a guy who was doing this to his wife? Like, they look happy, not forced with the smiles, genuine happiness. They. just out and about looking like a normal, regular couple. And the whole time he was victimizing her, and she didn't even know it.
I don't even have a word for it. That it's being glorified, and men are teaching others how to do this, and they're doing this to the people they say they love. It's beyond evil.
While survivors may not remember the videos being filmed, men in the Telegram groups we tracked are making money from them, selling clips and live streams for as little as $20. You're hearing a woman snoring in a clip from a live stream advertised in this group as a way to entice users to pay for more. The user claimed it was his wife who was asleep and who he was about to rape. Processing this kind of material raises a nearly unanswerable question. Why do some men encourage these crimes while others go on to commit them? A psychologist who assessed dozens of the defendants in the Pellico case thinks they were motivated by fantasies of domination, fueled by a culture that to this day treats many women as objects to be controlled.
I'm going to pause it here. Welcome in, May. Thank you for joining the panel.
Ah, thank you. Appreciate it. To your guest, I just want to say, you have a beautiful voice, and you guys have such a complementary voices together.
Thank you. Gratitude.
Well,
I
thank you. I
appreciate that.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So when I first saw this article, it not article, I guess it was a video that appeared in YouTube, from I guess it was CNN, and I was like, what? That's weird, you know. But I did hear about that one guy. I'm not sure if they were Dutch or French, but she was an older. You showed a picture of her earlier. She was a very older lady, and I did not see
Giselle.
her as yes, and I did not see her as a sex object at all. I don't think many people would with her elder age,
Hmm.
and so I know it's domination. I know it's power. I know it's some kind of bringing somebody down a peg, something like that, retaliatory maybe. That's the nature of. That's the first time I ever heard of something like that was that lady. So when I saw this one, I said, "Oh my gosh!" So I looked up some articles, and it was talking about the psychology of the men because so much of the
Hmm.
conversation, is about why don't the women know? Why don't the women figure it out? Well, why is he a monster? That's the question.
Yeah.
What is he thinking? How does he dehumanize somebody who's giving you children, grandchildren? They've been there for you through thick and thin, all these different things. She's a fucking human. Clearly, you know this. You know she's a human. You know she has a career, reputation, and you throw it all away. You put her out there publicly like this. What is wrong with you? And so, excuse me, I was looking at the psychology of it. I read a couple of articles, and I didn't get into this video, so I'm glad you're showing it because I stopped very short in the video. I didn't see the whole thing, and I just went
Hmm.
straight to the psychology of the man. And it talked about this idea of absolute domination. It's a power thing for them, and it's kind of like men bonding around sharing power over women, like a mass domination, like ritual, and it made me wonder if, a lot of people talk about the so-called manosphere. I'm not getting into no gender war conversation here, but
Hmm.
that thing that they do, that trip they take in their mind about submission and where women should be and what women are supposed to be and surrendering. It's kind of like they're using this drug to create, at least for a space and time, absolute surrender and submission. And it must be a real desire among these men. I'm just thinking about the psychology of it. And then the idea of ownership. I own you. I paid for you. I gave you a life. And therefore, I demand this submission. If I have to use drugs to get it, I will. It's really interesting the psychology of the men who do this. And I think also, and I'll just throw this out there, that some of these women might be accomplished. Some of these women may have certain standards, right? And certain of these women, like when he did something across her face, maybe that's not
Hmm.
something acceptable to her when she's she has choices about what she wants to engage in. Maybe that's nasty to her. Maybe she doesn't want to do that. Maybe she's never done that, never allowed him. And so, again, this desire for submission. You will submit. If I have to drug you, you will submit. You will do all the things I desire because I own you. And I think maybe there's a hidden thing for men. Maybe because it's not acceptable for men, not all men, but for men at all to ever say, I want you to do what I want you to do. It's not acceptable in certain cultures. You have to kind of pretend. So maybe men have been, some men have been playing along, like they accept women's choices, but secretly they don't. That's the psychology. I just want to throw that out there.
No, I appreciate that, May. I appreciate you sharing that. And actually, that's one of the things we were going to get into kind of later is, how this might relate to some of the extremism of the trad wives and extreme submission. Like, some of this ties into the red pill. It's a lot. It's a lot to kind of go through with this. So yeah, that's on the agenda of points that I kind of want to go down today. And again, I get you. I understand. I don't do the gender banging over here, but we can. I believe that my audience and Jeray's audience are intelligent enough to have a conversation that includes gender without quote unquote banging. We can talk
Right.
about this as adults for sure.
May, you said something
Absolutely.
really important and something really powerful. You mentioned how like women are humans, and I find that a lot of times people struggle, particularly men, struggle with the idea of seeing women as humans, right? Not just, oh, you're objectifying me, just seeing them as human people
Hmm.
and not something to control, not something to have, not something to enjoy, not something to possess. And that does show up like the people be like, oh, I'm not political, I don't, whatever, I don't believe in this, but it shows up in how you engage in relationships. It shows up in what you think. You may not even act on it. You may not even, do anything crazy or harmful to someone, but secretly you feel like that in the back of your mind, like,
Hmm.
"Wait a minute, you know what I mean?" And
Yeah.
you mentioned something really good about like she may not do that when she's awake, but she can do it like, okay, whatever you say, it's gonna go exactly how I want it to. That is a really good perspective. I never even really thought about in that sense of, women having boundaries and limitations on what they are willing to do. But
Hmm.
they decide to do it in the shadows and do it in the dark. But also too, I think this might be controversial. And I'm gonna preface it with I'm not trying to be um, you know, rude or mean or inconsiderate. But I also think that when the men are engaging with the woman and she is encountering multiple men and they know about it or she doesn't know about it rather, I think that there is an element and aspect to it where um these kind of men are using their wives because it's like a low-hanging fruit. And what I mean by that is it's way more of a risk to go out in a public setting, lure a woman down into an alleyway and da 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 da, right? You can
Yeah.
control the entire environment. You at home. And it's like a sure shot way of getting my frozen thrills of doing something against someone consent with a very low risk and you're not likely to be found because you can wake up the wife can wake up with no shorts and bruises and not think nothing about it, and it's kind of cowardly. And when I mean low hanging fruit, I'm not saying that these women are, but you understand what I'm trying to say. Maybe y'all someone can kind of
Totally. No, totally. You're right. He's got a power over her as well. And it's like, are you really gonna press charges? You need my retirement. You need this insurance I provide. What you gonna do about housing, living? Where you going? There's a definite power dynamic. Absolutely.
And even in the case of the Giselle lady, I'm going to move this over just for a second because I want to make sure I get her last name right. I don't want to mess that up. Um, where is it? Giselle
And
Pelicot.
these women are old, aren't they? Most of them are older women.
Um, yes, Giselle looks like she's probably in her 60s. And her husband went to jail for it, or he was convicted of it, I believe, last year. There were dozens of men who were charged with her rape. Basically, he was drugging her and allowing strangers to come have sex with his wife. And Imagine, like, not only did he do it, but you're prostituting me out without my consent. And like what Jure was saying, there is a power dynamic. It's a way for you to get away with doing this
Mm-hmm.
without. I don't even know what to say. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't think they look at themselves as pimps, but you were absolutely pimping your wife out, and like she's the mother of your children and your
Right.
grandchildren,
Yes.
and you had no regard whatsoever for
Not
how
only
how you would.
regard, not only regard, Candy hates. You hate your
Yeah,
wife. You hate her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
yeah, because I don't see how you could look at her and like the happy moments. Now I'm thinking about like Christmas and Thanksgiving and all of these moments where the family's all
Mm-hmm.
gathered around, like, and you smiling in this woman's face, knowing what she did to make these moments special, and you still would do things like not. I know that's kind of a dumb point, and I don't mean for it to be, but I'm just saying like all of the warm and fuzzies that come in like family moments, and you can still look this woman in her face and do that to her. You have to hate her. I don't see how you can love her and do that to her. I don't think that's even possible.
Wait, we got
No.
someone in the chat that said that we can't pretend that the patriarchy literally and yes, let's get into that because it is an indoctrination. I think it's one of those don't get me wrong, things can lay dormant and people can kind of like just have that gene and have that thing on them. But when you're in a culture, in a society that dog whistles this type of behavior, like, well, she's your property. Or even historically, like I said, historically, women were the property, and men who subscribe to that to an extreme level um, can possibly try to rationalize this in their minds. And, I think just to rewind a little bit, everybody's like, how can you do this to your mom and your grandmom and this, that, and the third? A lot of men too. Men get off on some men get off on it, seeing other men have sex with their woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that to be a thing. Going back to May's original point of she may not be comfortable with that, but I want that and I am. So instead of being honest or seeking elsewhere, being for real about it, you just try to do it in a vile, coercive way. But I do think that the patriarchy as a whole, as a concept, does support and it does kind of I don't know, like I think it does support this type of behavior. Period. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think men have really suppressed because society requires it.
Yeah.
They've learned to nod and just go along to get along. And inside, that's not maybe, and I'm not saying all men, but it just makes sense. And they've been conditioned. All
Yeah.
that, bravado, and you can't say the word submission. That doesn't mean the word submission or the desire for it went away because we won't allow them to say it. You know, we wince and we say, what? And we challenge them. So they've learned to go undercover, and I think that's why some of the stuff that we've seen online, this resurgence of male identity and masculinity and stuff, we're scared of it because we're like, we thought we didn't have to deal with that. We thought that went away. We thought that there wasn't many people thinking like you. Where are you coming from? How many of y'all think like this? And you start asking your boyfriend, you start asking your husband questions, you like, are you hiding those kind of thoughts? We start getting insecure as women because we're thinking like we're in a safe space, and we think they agree because they nod their heads, and then we start asking questions and penetrating deeper, and then we'd be like, wait a minute. Like when I heard Corey Holcomb, I don't even know that dude. He's just a comedian, and I got attention on him because of Anton. And then they said, well, since we're spilling tea, let's revive some of this shit you didn't say over the years. And my mouth just dropped open. I said, you too, you too. And then you realize like Anton is you too. You just not me too, you too. You too is all over here, y'all. It's all over the place. And I'll say this before I drop down because I really want to just listen and hear other people's thoughts. And I just wanted to share that. But let me say this, y'all, and I'm coming from a real place here of experience as well. Most people are perverts. And we gotta retrain our mind and stop thinking that they're exception to the rule. Most people are perverts. White, black, different colors. Most people are perverts, different fetishes, different stuff. People hide in their shadows. People do not share it, just like these men are not going to share with their wives what they want to do to them and can't do it, so they drug them. People are hiding. People are not honest, and people can't be honest. They can't tell people they have these strange desires. And so it's all under the surface. People hide it. Epstein is showing us normal people who you think are functional, who you think would be a certain way, these pastors, these preachers, these respected people, people of power, man, every day. We see these white kindergarten teachers and they're having sex with, young white elementary school, about to go into middle school kids. We're seeing it everywhere. And I'm not just saying pedo stuff, but just all kinds of stuff. Like somebody said earlier, I think it was Mahogany, that people get off on feeding somebody being fat. They get a sexual fetish. There's many, many people out here. And I think we in our mind think most 90% of people are normal. And I would argue that most people are hiding their strange sexual addictions and attractions and all kind of shit. If you really get to know people, you'd be surprised. But we're taught to hide in the shadows. I'll just say that. And I challenge y'all to think that way because we always outrage. And I think it's more normal. It shouldn't be, but it's more normal than we think. Different types of stuff. So those are my thoughts, ladies. I appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much, May. Thank you for coming up and sharing with
Abs-
us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mhm.
Yeah, I think she had a really really strong points. I know sometimes strong points can be they seem to be dismissive or I'm sorry, divisive, but sometimes you got
Hmm.
to say the thing. Sometimes you just got to say the thing. Call a thing the thing, you know?
I mean, yeah, I agree. That's the whole reason we're having this talk. It's because this wasn't a small group of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like this wasn't.
it
They
was a
said that one
network.
website had a network of people, and it had over 1 million hits per month to the website, and it crosses over several different continents and countries. Like so that I really need people to think about that when we're saying not all, not all, not all. It's a lot. There's enough out there for people to be genuinely concerned. And this is again, this is not some strange man in a white van pulling up on you as you're jogging in the park. This is you laying your head down at the end of your day in the most vulnerable, the most comfortable position that you should be able to be in. And that's when all of the chaos and the danger starts. 62 million in 1 month time. 62 million. So it gets tricky for me because I'm like I think a lot of okay. So I took the video down, and we can go back to the video if you guys want to. But I do want to get into some of the commentary part of this because there are some points that both Mahogany and May brought up that I do have on my list of things that I wanted to talk about. And um, one of the things is the mask of normalcy and the cognitive dissonance that occurs. Like we are so busy trying to make sure that we don't see the people around us as monsters and as demons because you love these people, you care about them. Like the first group, so there's two different groups that happen here. This is the second one that we're talking about. The first group had fathers, it had brothers, it had all of these different men figuring out and sharing the different ways that they violated the people in their homes, the women, their daughters, their mothers, for some of them. Yeah, it was through Telegram. And hey, Mumu, welcome in. Appreciate you coming through, bro. Thank you so much. There, so to kind of catch you up for anybody coming in, we are discussing the CNN expose of a rape academy where they went undercover and found a group of men online who are teaching each other how to get away with drugging and raping their partners, their wives, girlfriends, everybody. Um, and basically, what they were doing is there were people online selling the sleeping agents that were helping to knock out people. So that was a business they had going. There were people who were actually selling the different photos and videos and whatnot, taking requests. I mean, imagine an OnlyFans that your wife didn't she never agreed to participate in that you have going. So the other aspect that May was talking about is reputation. Like you're walking around your local like area, your market, you're going to work, you don't even know that these people may have seen you do sex acts that you didn't even know you did, right? It's one thing for you to go passing around photos and videos or whatever. That's consensual. It's a whole other thing for there to be things out there that you never even knew about. And like the violation is just it keeps happening and keeps happening. She was victimized so many times over. You know, I don't know. Let me say hello to some other people who have come through, and to everybody. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I just want to say hey to Letitia. Welcome in, Letitia. Did say hello to Mumu. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anybody else. And to everybody on your side, on Jeray's side, welcome in. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday. Appreciate you being here. Please hit the like button for us both. Thank you.
Yes, hit the like button. Absolutely. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. I got a comment that basically said, doesn't having a female friend or relative that the this is respects him to see women as human. I feel like positive relationships help us see others as human, whether it's for like race, sex, or etc. Because I do think that there is like I don't know if you're aware of this, but like this whole generation of like lonely guys, and then they don't engage with women up close and personal, and so they feel like they can't talk to a woman and all of these different things. And he's pretty much saying like he feels that a positive relationships helps others, helps us to see people as human. I don't know about that. Like I think that that makes sense in theory. I don't know if it happens in practice. I would have to sit with that one. Thank you for that comment, Candy. What do you think about that?
He's saying doesn't having a female friend or relative that rapists respect help him to see women as human. I don't think so because these men have wives. Like I'm going to say no because if like the closest woman to you would be the woman that you said I do for the rest of my life, right?
Hmm.
Why wouldn't you see her as human first? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
your mother, if you had a good relationship with her, should have allowed you to see women as human. Your sisters, your cousins, like yes, female relationships help. They help you to learn how to communicate, to navigate, how to deal with each other, but you should have been seeing women as human from the get-go.
Mm.
And I do want to say, I have someone in the back. I don't know if you want to open it up to men or keep it at women right now.
No, it's up to
Mo-
you. It's totally fine. I'm gonna hop off in a few, but I'm still down for sure. Whatever you want to do.
Okay. So I am at this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it up. I'm going to ask though for anybody that hits the panel. Number one, we're going to stay on topic. So we're not going off into other areas, other countries. This is my topic, and we're going to stay on it. And then, as the crowd or the panel decides to move, we can move the topic. Also, please be respectful of the subject. Like this is a very sensitive subject. There are a few other things that we're going to go through regarding this, but and I just want to have a good talk, good conversation. And I'm going to go ahead and add to the stage Mumu.
Hey, my bad. I didn't know it was like certain guests. I can step down. I
No,
didn't.
it's all right. It was women only for the beginning of it because I knew that some people might want to come and share some things, and I just wanted to give them the space to do that. We did also talk about opening the panel up to men to come up as well because we do want to have male perspective on this, especially because the people who seem to primarily be committing these acts are males. And as much as women may talk about it and safety and what we need to do to protect ourselves, men need to be having these conversations with men as well because there's a level of there's a level of denial, I think, on the men's side as well, because I think a lot of men think a lot more highly of the men around them and don't realize how many predatory men are out there. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe you're just in denial about it. Let me shut up. You go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's definitely an issue with men being in denial about um, a lot of things that men might do, and I think a lot of that denial just comes from like most of the time we don't know who these guys are, even if we friends with them. A lot of times, like we don't know how depraved and um, like degenerate our friends are. You know what I mean? Like sometimes we hear jokes and stuff like that, and we might say something to them or like take pause, but we don't really just always know. So that's what I think is another issue, is like most guys probably don't know that they friends are that deep into, that type of evil thing.
I'm gonna jump in and say something because I agree with that completely. And I talk about this to like, my friends and, male friends. I think that men should hold men accountable and have those things. When he made that inappropriate joke, what was the response? Sometimes being complicit or being silent is being complicit, and I always say the truth will come out in the joke now. You know what I mean? So um I think
I
that
think
you're absolutely right.
I think the issue with that too, as far as like, because like we can check them right when they make the joke, but what happens is they just know not to joke about it no more. And you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a gauge to where they can see where you stand. Like I remember when I was at work one time, and one of the guys that, I've been cool. I wouldn't say we were friends, but we was like, how you have like your work friend, like, you only see them at work, y'all don't talk on the phone, but at work y'all cool AF. You know what I mean? And so we was just talking about traveling and all the places he'd been, and he was start talking about girls and women, and he was like, man, you could go to this country and you pay $50 for that woman and this woman, and man, you can even get you could even pay such and such for some little girls. And I'm like, hey, man, what's up? Like, hold on, what?
What? I know, right? What is crazy? Hello, 911. Shit. Oh my God, that's crazy.
So it's like I was like, nah, man, that ain't like anybody that do that. They need they need they need to be da 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 da. And then he was like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And so he just never brought anything up like that again. And so I think that's the difficult in dealing with it too, because it's like, do you go undercover and just like, like start actively trying to investigate this person? Like I said, because when they make the joke and you check it, a lot of times they'll just not make the joke again.
And you know what? That has even happened on here. How many times have you heard somebody like make what they call a quote unquote dark humor joke? Dark humor. And then, again, I think it's like a temperature check or a litmus test or however you want to frame it, to see what they can get away with, what they can slide past you. And if you just kiki and LOL past that, how much more can I joke around with?
And it's sad. Like I think the unfortunate thing about now is that this is like the worst, the best time in the world to be evil, because so much, like, we find about so much stuff that's going on, and like nobody's being held accountable. And that was like gonna be my questions, like, how many of these guys have been arrested that's on this and linked to this network?
That's the thing. I think it's still because it's an investigation that they exposed. I believe what I read last is that they're still catching people from it. They're still running down on people from this. There's one high profile person I think that got arrested recently in France outside of Dominic Pellico. But there's like the evidence is out there, and they're going through, and they're still coming through, and they're going to be indicting people. I think that's why we haven't gotten a definite number, because I did try to research that as well to find out exactly how many men were involved. They couldn't even give that information up front. So, like, that just shows you how big the network is, and how many people might be impacted by this.
And I'm
Candy.
really not surprised that it's like husbands, because relationships are so crazy that like a lot of people are with each other that really don't like each other, and that like two people can be together and have two totally different agendas or like what they want in life, and the common bond a lot of time is just that you have the stability of this relationship and lifestyle. It doesn't have to be like a rich or great lifestyle. It's just that I go to work, I pay some bills, you go to work, we pay some bills, we come home, I wash dishes, you clean up, we watch TV, and that's like the routine that we have, and that's it. But when it comes to intimacy, so many married people will tell you how much they suffer from lack of intimacy with the people that they with day in and day out. And so it really, unfortunately, it really don't surprise me that there's this network of guys doing this to the women that are, that they live with, that they married to or with, is because, like I said, so many people are not intimate. They just settle with each other.
That is crazy to me. The idea of living day to day in and out with somebody that you don't even like is insanity. I don't know how people can do it. I don't.
I,
I'll
I
never
do I do
understand that.
I do understand how people can do it. I've never been through it, but I do understand what, like, because like I said, people really want to be comfortable and stable. And so even if you're not happy, if there's a part of your life that provides stability, some people will go with that. I've seen it a lot. I've heard about it a lot. And it's even in a marriage that where like that, what we talking about now is like extreme. You can go through it sometimes with your partner to where it's like y'all both on autopilot, and we're not really working on, just dealing with each other.
Yeah, that's crazy. And welcome in, Vagoda. I know you said you wanted
Thank
to go
you.
ahead and say something on the subject.
Well, first of all, you said that it's dangerous. You talked about jogging, and it's dangerous that some guys could be afraid to if you jog. So in that specific case, a pepper spray, you can carry a spray with you for a start. And in
Hmm.
general, as a whole, I think that my personal belief that if you don't let people migrate from poor countries, then the pool of those dangerous men that you're talking about will definitely will go down, or you can say decreased.
These people in the video we're talking about were not foreigners or immigrants. These are people. These women were married to men who were citizens like them in their own countries.
Okay,
That's what I'm
I
saying.
just
This isn't a matter of stranger danger. These are people who they've known and been in relationships with years. Like one lady said, it was her high school sweetheart that she married, and he turned out to be the one doing this to her.
that's sad, very sad. But I'm taking it from an approach of the average. Where is the how you say where is the most the where a lot of them will come from, this husband or a guy or boyfriend that you have a long relationship, that stuff is not the majority of them are not those, at least from what I know, I think, but it depends where and how, of course.
Hmm. She said it was to the. Okay, she's not talking to me.
Yeah, and I
Okay,
think
so
that oh, my bad, Ken.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Like this is very upsetting, and on so many levels. Like, number one, just um the act of like graping, drugging, and all that type of stuff. And then these women probably have children.
Hmm.
Like that's, and for you to be able to like do that, especially like say it's a lot of married men, for you to be able to do that to not just the fact that she's your wife, but like you have children with this woman. That's, boy.
That's why part of this stream is titled Intimate Partner Violation. And that was one of the things that I was talking with Jeray about before the stream started, because it's really intimate partner violence, IPV, it's proximity, meaning the statistically, women are more at risk from those that they are intimate with because they have access to them, right? So
Yes.
I didn't even know if I should. I struggled with saying that these acts are completely violent because in some cases, yes, the women are working up with um, bruising and like things like that, but in other cases they aren't. So like that's why I chose the word violation versus violence. I don't really want to get into the semantics of that, but basically, the whole point
Mhm.
of this is the people the closest to you have the ability to harm you. And then what was kind of making me upset as I was listening to other conversations around this topic from other creators. And the first thing that I heard a lot of people, men specifically, want to do is the not all, not all, not all, not all. They always want to, and I'm not saying all, first of all. I want to preface with saying that. I'm not saying all, but what I'm saying is it does not help the safety of women to constantly keep saying not all men when we're having a discussion on this scale with this many people having been involved and this many women having been violated. And again, we understand not all, but there's a lot of layers to this whole thing. Like, again, the mask of normalcy, the double life that people are living, weaponized trust. Like, these women aren't expecting the man that they're laying up with, the father of their children, the grandfather to their grandchildren, to be out here uh, having a prostitution ring run at her expense and having no idea that she was in the middle of that. It's just the total violation of trust. And then we have all of these conversations of man versus woman and relationships and submission and being a traditional woman and all of these things that women don't want to get married anymore nowadays. Can you understand why? Can you just honestly think about that for a second? If I'm telling you like stories of like this are happening, and I saw May say that this is happening with white men, right? Like I understand her point, but this is a thing, and I don't want y'all to like to fuck it. I'm gonna say it. The biggest problem with a lot of black men is the idolization. That word is messing me up. Idolization of white men's privileges, right? So that's why so many will say, "I sleep with white women as reparations." That's me sticking it to the white man, getting back at the white man because it's the one thing that he doesn't want me to do is to be able to sleep with his woman and I lay down with her. And so that makes us equal. If that is the thought process, then I can't sit here and say just because these men are not black, that black men wouldn't do the same thing if they thought it was an equalizer to give them the privileges of white men. So I don't want to paint that narrative to think that we're safe simply just because we're seeing this happening over in Europe. We don't know if this is happening in the US and just not been uncovered. I don't like I hope y'all understand what I'm saying with that. Like I just really want us to make
I
sure
do.
we okay. Okay.
Go ahead. I'll wait my
Um,
turn, sweetie pie.
Mm, please cut in because I'm gonna start over explaining in a second.
No, because I understand everything you're saying, and I'm you have no idea. I know you probably think I'm so weird, but when I tell you my heart is fluttering right now because everything I told you today is true, and it's my mind is racing because, well, first of all, y'all brought up a lot of things that I wanted to bring up, and I'm so glad that you brought up the statistic. The fact is that women are most at in danger from people that are in close proximity, i.e., their husbands, their boyfriends, their significant others. That is true. That's true across the board, all races. And I do want to bring this up too. Like, look at what happened to me and my cousin. Look, I'm telling you guys about the story about my uncles whom I love them to death, but the honest truth is they broke my aunt's heart. They both had kids outside of the marriage. So this is, and I'll say this, I don't even think it's that. I think it's a culture of, I'll try and not be all over the place. In my family, I'll use that story that I told you about. In my family, there was a culture of protecting the person. The same cousin that tried or attempted or did touch me when I was young touched several other cousins in the family. And, it was this culture of protecting him. Um, um, my aunts when they were might have been mad as hell, but they didn't leave my uncle. When the other woman came knocking on the door saying, "Hey, I'm pregnant by your husband," they didn't leave. So there's a lot of things contributing to this. I'm so glad that you said, and I'm gonna try not to be too long-winded, y'all. When you were talking about, oh God, you just said it. Hold on, give me a second, Candy. When you were
Hmm.
talking about, oh, it's so much I want to say. Give me 1 second. You just said it just now. You were talking about women being in danger. It's about proximity. Oh Lord. Oh God, I'm so
Intimate
sorry.
partner violence. No, it's slow. It's okay. I get it. My mind gets to
Yeah.
racing around this subject as well. So I
Oh yes,
understand you.
that's it. That's it, honey. When you were talking about, I do consider it violent. I know why, it's a fine line, but I do consider it violent, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because it is against the law to have sexual intercourse with somebody who is under a substance, somebody who is unconscious. That is actually against the law. So in my mind, it is violence. And I know some of this from my military training. Also, I wanted to bring up some of my military training. I see men, my experiences with some of the men in my family, which are not all bad. I get along with my brothers. I get along with most of my male cousins. I get along with my other, even the uncles that cheated. I get along with them. So I'm not a man hater. Please, you guys don't think that. But at the same time, I learned a lot by watching the way that they moved. The way some of them were womanizers. Some of them, like I said, the cousin that touched everybody in the family. Um, I stopped, child. I wasn't even allowed to come over to family events, honey. My aunt stopped talking to me because I told on her son. I went through hell. I was banished from the family functions for a while, and I was an 8-year-old girl. But they protected him. There was a culture of believing him over the child. He was a child himself, though he was older. Um, but yeah, the oh God, I'm trying to get it out. I'm so sorry.
No, no,
The
take your time. Take your time.
Yeah, but I wanted to say that about the violent acts. Yes, if you're doing something against somebody's will and they're unconscious, that's absolutely, the grape word, and it is violent. It's mentally violent. And like you said, you never get over I never got over what happened to my cousin. And a part of me honestly never got over what happened to me, even though I told on my cousin before it could go any further. I told my grandmother, she damn near beat the hell out of him. She damn near killed him in that house. But he was still allowed to go on to touch other people and all this, is hide under the guise of being saved again and hide behind the church. And
Oh,
it is a
I was going
culture,
to
and I'm
ask you,
glad Miss.
Mahogany.
Oh, go ahead.
Mahogany. I
Hmm.
was waiting. I was waiting for an
Yes.
opportunity to ask you, is this a religious family? Highly religious? Because that's what I hear.
Oh, highly. I've been going to church, honey, since I was a little girl, 5 days a week. I grew up in the church. Yes, and I've got in my family, we've got about 7 or 8 pastors, men and women. Oh, we're it's a big deal in my upbringing. And they protected him. They protected his ass. They're still protecting him. I'm not going to cry, but I went through hell as a kid. I was banned from the I was banned from the family because of what he did to me, which is crazy. And I was 8 years old. Like I said, I thank God for my bad big mouth, but I told my grandmother, I said, he's touching me. He's doing this, he's doing that. And my grandmother, I'll never forget, she beat the brakes off of him. I mean, I thought she was never gonna, but she did not. No one stopped him. Like, he needed to be stopped.
But see,
Um,
that's the problem, though. In a lot of cases, by him being young, most
mhm.
likely before he ever laid a hand on you, somebody was laying hands on him. And
Yeah,
the families
we
don't
found
know.
out. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. This is your story, girl. Go ahead.
Well, no, baby. I was just going to say, yes, you're right. You're correct. We found out that he was molested by his father. That's why my auntie divorced his dad. See, I just never knew the story till after I got older. They told me, well, you didn't know why auntie, left his father. I said, no. It come to find out he was touched by his own dad. So it's a sick cycle. It's a sick
And
cycle. Yeah. Hmm.
and I get the anger from Granny,
Mhm.
But I think where we miss the mark when these things are reported and it's kid on kid, nobody sits the kids down to ask them, why did you do this? Like the instant response that I have personally witnessed is anger and punishment and things along those lines, but they don't get to the root of the cause to figure out why this child is acting up because that's not normal. You know, a
Mhm.
little like exploration or whatever, kids start to like learn their bodies. What your cousin was doing was not normal. And that
Mhm.
I don't think they were equipped probably in those days to really know how to handle it, especially with the church. The church's thing is never to punish the males. For the most part,
Mhm.
in situations like that, the first thing they do is to cover it. The first thing that they
Yeah.
do is to shame the girl into silence, into submission and silence. They will gaslight you to make you think that it didn't happen, to get you
Mhm.
to recant the story. And so
Yeah.
like it's a
What can I
shaming
say
of
one?
the victims. Go
It
right
is.
ahead.
I just want to say one more thing because I finally remembered while you were saying that. Another thing that the church does, there's this culture. I've seen it in my own family. This culture of stand by your man no matter what.
Mhm.
Um, what else? You know, a man's gonna be a man. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to make this whole show about my experiences, but um, I've had conversations with some of the women in my family. Um, you know, men believing that their wives are their properties to the extent that they feel like they can have sex, that they can force their wives to have sex even when they say no.
Mhm.
I've heard conversations like that. And then I'll never forget. It kind of came up. I don't know why I was in the room because I was a little girl. Probably shouldn't have been in the room, but I remember them having a conversation, the adults in the family. And one of the men said, what? A man grape his wife? That's not even, that can't even happen. It's she's his wife. There's this culture of when once a woman is married, her body no longer, and even in the Bible, and you know, they say that some people, well, they don't say it like that, but they misinterpret that and they say, you know, your body no longer belongs to you. Well, it doesn't mean that you have the right to force anything. So I'm just I'm just in awe of you and this topic, and it's I will definitely rewatch it. I'm
Mhm.
enjoying it. I'm enjoying everybody's opinion. I heard Mr. Mumu up here, but yes, Mr. Mumu, it is a culture, and men. You know, this is the last thing I'm going to say. That cousin that touched me, like I said, went on to touch about 5 or 6 other young people in the family, um, both male and female. The family, they prayed over him, they did all this stuff. Now he's a grown man and apparently he hasn't learned a thing. I won't talk to him. I won't have nothing to do with him. I had to see him at my grandmother's funeral, but I want nothing to do with him, because he is the same person that he was when we were children. But the point is that my favorite cousin who passed away a couple years ago, I finally confessed because I had kept this in for years. The only people that knew were my mom, his mom, my grandmother, and my aunts and stuff that were in the house. They are the only people that knew. We kind of kept it quiet. And my grandmother, you know, asked me not to speak on it, and I did because I loved her. And she was just trying to handle it the best way she knew how. She told me that she was going to make sure that he never touched me again, and she tried her best. You know, she loved both of us. I'm her grandchild, and so is he. You know what I mean? So she did the best she could. But the point is, um, I was the one who reaped all the punishment by not being invited to certain events, or when this person came over for Christmas or whatever, I wasn't allowed to be over there, and it hurt me. It hurt me bad, but um, oh God, there's a point to this, Candy. There's a point. Uh, I'm sorry, I lost it again. I lost it. But
That's
what Mr.
okay. Take
Mumu
your
was
time.
saying, I told my cousin, my favorite male cousin, we were very close before he passed. I confessed to him. And do you know he didn't believe me? And I'm going to be honest, I could have had him talk to my mom. I could have had it because I told my sisters. I could have had him talk to plenty of people in the family that knows it's true. Everybody knows it's true. Everybody knows. But he was younger than me, so nobody told him, and I never talked about it till years later. And he didn't believe me. He was like, "No, cousin so and so, no, he's cool. We talk all the time. We go bowling and this and that." There's no way. Maybe you misunderstood. Maybe you thought I I said, "Sweetie, there's no way I misunderstood what was going on. There's no way I misunderstood." But obviously, you can't accept this, and I understand that. That's your cousin. That's your homie. That's your right. I get it. We just won't ever talk about him again. And it's a sad truth that my cousin not too long ago passed away, and right after I kind of confessed that to him. Um, but yeah, it's a culture and men don't want to believe because oh, that's my homeboy, oh, that's this person, child, please. No, and women don't want to believe it either. You think my aunt wanted to believe that her husband was out doing all this? My cousin, her own father, her mother was in complete denial. She did not want to believe that her husband was doing this to their biological child. But child, he was strung out on drugs, honey. That was his excuse anyway, that he was strung out on drugs and he didn't know what he was doing.
I
So
think
it's a
the
culture.
brain, the human brain wants to protect itself in extreme cases like that. So people
Mhm.
will go to the ends of the earth to keep the denial before they allow their world to fall apart. Some people would
Mm.
rather just pretend, la 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 la, fingers in the ears, it never happened, you're not telling the truth, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. Meanwhile, you're trying to keep from believing what you already to some extent know.
Mhm.
And I think in regards to your cousin,
Mhm.
and this is just a what if. What if he denied it because he experienced it himself? Like you said,
It
he was
could
touching on
be.
boys and girls. Maybe, like, I don't know his story. I'm just giving you a what if.
No, Candy, I agree. I couldn't believe. First of all, me and this cousin were so close. He, he never ever told me he never believed. Like we, that was the first time he ever didn't believe something that I told him because we were so close. Like he know I wouldn't lie to him, and I think maybe it was just hard for him to hear it. Maybe I could understand how that's hard for you to hear. Somebody you hang out with, somebody you go out and have beer with, is a pervert like that. But so I don't
Did he
blame
have
him.
any
I don't.
kids? Your
He
favorite
did.
cousin?
He had 2 kids, but he never let him around him privately, thank God.
Because that's another thing that I was wondering about. So, like I said, it's layers. It's layers to why people do the things that they do, and how we will go into protection mode to, like I said, some people will go to denial to the ends of the earth, and to the day that they die. It'll go, the secret goes to the grave with them.
Mhm,
And I just
mhm.
want to welcome in Tiff for Tat. Welcome in, Tiff.
Hey, tit for tat,
Hello,
everybody.
hello. Hey,
Hello.
everybody. Good evening.
Hey. Imma mute up. Imma be
So,
quiet and listen.
okay. All right. I just, did you want to jump in and say anything, Tiff?
I'm good at the moment. I'm just listening.
Okay.
I don't mean to interrupt anything. Go ahead,
No,
y'all.
No,
you weren't. You weren't. I was done. I was sharing, spilling my guts to Candy, but she's got such a way with people. Feel comfortable talking about this, and I'm just glad that we are talking about this in a mature way because this is important, and it's important for like she told Mumu, for men to understand that this is happening, for the really good guys that might not believe this, but it's also important for women to know, guard your, always kind of be on guard. Do you know what I mean? Just always be on guard. Don't ignore the red flags. I feel like a hypocrite saying that because I'm not gonna lie, I'm not perfect. I've ignored things that I shouldn't have ignored, but that's what you do, like you were just saying, when you love somebody, like what my cousin did. He just couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe it. Didn't want to believe it.
I
Yeah.
think it would break some people's psyche. Like, they have to try and deny it. I mean, think about it. Okay, just put yourself in the position of a parent. Like, I had a boss, one of my former bosses, tell me her story, and without giving too many of her details, basically she grew up in a house with two brothers, and one of her brothers was molesting her. Could
Hmm.
you imagine being her mother and finding out, like, you have a child who is harming your other child, and you love both of your children? What do
Mm-hmm.
you do in a situation like that? Because the first thought is to, of course, get the one who is doing the harming help and to find out where this behavior is stemming from. But then you also want to protect the person being harmed, right? Like I
Right.
remember even seeing a story of a black lady who ended up deleting, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
She had children and found
Mm-hmm.
out that one of the older boys was victimizing one of the younger boys. And when she found out, she deleted her son in a moment.
It happens. There was a YouTuber years ago. She was a divestor, but her name was Crystal Swirls, and I found out that that was her backstory. But I'm not going to get into. I'm not a supporter or anything like that. But I found out because I thought she was crazy, and I couldn't. And I thought just because of the things she would say, and she told this horrible story about how one of her sons touched another son, and at that point, I just kind of left it alone because I felt so sorry. Like that's a horrible situation. I don't know what I would do, but I would do tell you how I do think a person should handle that. You always want to, and the way I think it should have been handled with me and my cousin, the one who was touching me and other people, I think the way that should have been handled is that he should have been removed, not had access to any other children in the family, and
Hmm.
they should have gotten him professional help, not just pray over him at the church house. He
What
needed way more than prayer.
the problem is in the black community, therapy is just now becoming a thing. And a lot of people
Mhm.
still don't consider it a thing. Like it's they you take it to Jesus, you don't take it to a therapist, and that is harmful because the church is not equipped to handle that. You
They're
can't
not.
pray away that level of deprived. Uh, about to mess that word up. You can't pray that away. That entity, that spirit, that whatever is on that person.
Depravity.
Yes,
Can I add something?
yes. Go
Well,
ahead, Big Oda.
first of all, definitely sad stories you have here. Hmm. Well, at least look at the bright side. At least you can call the police and take care of those individuals. In some places in the world, the police will, if you call the police, they will arrest you and not the perpetrator. In some places, unfortunately.
That's true, but most of these incidences don't go reported. So while we do have the ability to call the police, you also have to consider a lot of people never go through the system to get any sort of justice for themselves because of the experience of having to go through it, to recall your story, to be called a liar, to be taken through the court system. Like there's a lot of layers that goes into reporting. It doesn't like I think in the case of a child reporting it, um, the parents might have the option of going and actually testifying for them in some instances, but it sounds good to say at least you can report it to the police. And in some cases, yes, people do get their justice that way, but oftentimes you don't.
Yeah. You know, I once dated a woman that told me that she was that some creep tried to touch her in a bus, and she tried, and then then she started to scream at him and make a scene. She, I told her that she should have done more, but you know, if I was in her shoes, if I was a woman and I was in her shoes, who knows what I would do or not do. So I'm not going to jump ahead on those matters too much. Did
And
you hear me?
Mumu, you came back. Did you want to jump in here? I don't know if you, but before you could say anything, Mumu, I don't know if you guys wanted to continue with the video or if you just want to keep having the discussion on it because I did have some other points that I wanted to kind of go over. So I'll leave it up to you. I have the video still queued in the background if you wanted to watch the rest of it. So y'all just let me know.
No, I
It's Oh, well, I'm okay with whatever you're doing, sweetie. Regardless, I'm gonna be here. But if some people that might have came in might have not seen the video, but I'm enjoying it, so I'm here regardless watching. But
Okay.
maybe some people that just came in might have not seen the full clip.
Okay. And then Mumu, you were
also,
getting ready to
Candy,
say
if I
something?
may say, you probably feel proud of yourself. You have two people that has a history in the army in the chat. No?
What?
I said that you probably feel good with yourself that you have in the live chat here two people in the that has a history in the army that are two, you can say, veterans.
Sure. Mumu, you were getting ready to say something? He might have stepped away. Okay, I hear you now.
And I'm sorry about what happened to her, and thank.
You going in
Well,
and out.
I appreciate. I think he's just saying he's sorry that what happened to me. DJ, you better talk to me, boy. Hey, LA Project. Hey, y'all. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to bring the video back up on the screen, and we're going to watch some more of this. Just a moment here.
Okay.
Stage, and where did I put it? And I thank you all for coming through. For everybody who's come through, appreciate you guys coming in. Please hit the like button for us. Again, this is a trigger warning. It's a heavy topic, and I appreciate you all just sticking in here to hear it, because like I know it's not easy, especially anybody who may have like a history of this, anything in your background. Even if it's a story of somebody that you know of. You know what I mean? Like I told you, my boss confiding to me what happened to her as a child. Like, you don't always have to go through it yourself. Sometimes you will, like the people that you know, the people that you love have gone through it and been able to tell you their story. So you may have some sort of connection to it that way as well.
The immense trauma can leave survivors feeling like their identity has all but vanished, with what remains of it shaped only by the abuse. Rebuilding trust in themselves and others is a long road.
Allora, all'inizio del video io sdraiata sul divano, già incosciente, e lui con questo bicchierino di Montenegro mette una siringa dentro, aspira e me la mette in bocca. Avrà fatto per una ventina di volte. Le persone più subdole sono quelle più vicine a te.
And did you see the way she said, sometimes the most devious people are the people closest to you?
Proprio quelle con cui abiti. Non ti puoi veramente fidare di nessuno. Secondo me è stato autodidatta proprio. Si è informato tramite internet.
Valentina is a mother of two who asked us not to use her real name. We've distorted her voice to protect her identity. Her husband was sentenced to 8 years in prison for multiple aggravated sexual assaults.
Per quanto tu possa essere menefreghista, ce l'hai sempre lì a lato.
I don't think that's a long time.
Letto. Basta
Not
una
long enough.
telecamera. Non
Not at
profondo,
all.
perché da quel giorno lì sicuramente è cambiato anche qualcosa in me. Per quanto io possa essere magari felice e sorridente fuori, poi torno a casa e devo comunque fare amicizia con i miei incubi che sono sempre dietro la porta.
While talking to survivors, the man I was DMing continued to message and send me videos. The next day, Piotr wrote that he hadn't put his wife to sleep in some time, as the doctor didn't want to prescribe any more sleeping pills, but he continued to send photos. We don't know when they were taken.
It's made me even more determined to try and meet him, to get him in person. So I'm going to send him a message now, and I'm going to see if he would meet with us.
By now, we'd worked out he was in Poland, and we knew roughly where he lived, but he refused to meet. And then, a tip. He let slip that he was planning to attend a party.
That's him. I recognise him. So we're inside the restaurant, and I've just seen him dancing with her. And at the start of this investigation, all of these men were faceless. And so seeing him tonight has just really brought home the the fact that this is happening in real life.
The man who had been messaging me day and night was only a few feet away, oblivious. I'd come to see if he was real, and there he was with his wife, the same people I saw in the videos. We could.
And so I'm pausing it here because remember earlier I brought up the fact that these videos exist and these women have no idea. And they're just moving around in public. They're going about their daily lives with no knowledge whatsoever that people have seen them in these positions with these things happening to them. So outside of the violation of what was happening, I done hit something. Outside of the violation of what happened in the midst of the act, you have several layers to the violation happening over and over again because not only are you taking these images of her or the videos of her, but you're also distributing them to strangers, people she doesn't know and people you don't know. You gave them to this woman and now she's standing there looking at the both of y'all. And how many guys could you have exposed your wife to? How many people, like outside of the danger that you put her in, there's another level of danger that you exposed her to. Because who knows if you're not even with her and somebody walks up on her having seen her. You know, I hope that makes sense what I'm saying. Like it's the inception. I don't have you guys seen that movie where it's like a thing inside of a thing inside of a thing? That's the levels to the victimization of this particular network of bullshit.
Right. And in so many ways, that's quite scary. Because once again, these women are walking around oblivious, and what one of those strangers that got hold to the video or the images, they see her, and now she getting these strange look, and she don't know why, right?
Or they snatch her up. Not
Or
even just see
right,
her, or you might have in the tight like you have an incapacitated kink. He has a kidnapping kink. You don't even know.
right.
Couldn't approach Piotr's wife without potentially putting her in danger, so we reached out to police about our findings. The Telegram group we infiltrated eventually disappeared, but it's a pattern authorities know well. One goes offline, another soon resurfaces. We reached out to both Motherless and Telegram, but did not receive a response, as campaigns by German journalists to shut down Motherless and strengthen
Hold
moderation
on, pause,
continued.
and go back
Videos.
like a couple of seconds. Look at that. Like, I'm just looking at the title. The fact that like 580 uploads, 708 300,000 visitors, right? So passed out girls you uploaded she doesn't know about. Yeah, that's crazy. So this is all on that website that they found out about, right? Candy, I don't know if you're talking, but you're muted.
I was muted. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay.
So this is just one section, and I'm gonna tell on myself a little bit here.
Okay.
So like I don't if you guys have ever visited like a porn site, right? Like Pornhub. You have Pornhub
Mhm.
as the title, and then underneath that you have the different sections that you can go to, right? This
Right.
is just one section that has that many uploads and that many visitors. That's just the one,
That's just one.
right? As I
And
understand it, it was a lot more. Like they're somebody was explaining like they're we're just simply talking about the ones who were getting raped in their sleep. There were also women who were getting tortured and all kinds of other things and were wide awake while this was happening and it was being filmed and added to the site.
oh no, see that's crazy in itself. So I'm glad you clarified that because the way it's been, kind of pushed is just about the wives that's being, things done to them while they're asleep. But the fact that there is another, sector or section where they're actually wide awake during these acts. So that's what I'm saying. Like the outrage, like it's not enough outrage for me over this. I haven't really seen anything on my feed in regards besides women. Like men, y'all don't have a problem with this?
I'm not gonna say they don't. I have seen like there's one male creator that I did see have a
Mm,
conversation about this, but like I think the The issue for me, why I was hesitant of even having this sort of a talk and topic, is because I needed to make sure that this was taken as seriously as it is. I
Right.
wasn't about to open it up and then have men get up here with some of the situations and some of the topics. They come and they're joking and they're making fun of it and they're not taking it serious. And I would spaz the fuck out on you over that,
Mm.
which is why I had to give a disclaimer that this is not for play, and I understand this is a situation, this is a discussion. Everybody is not going to want to participate because it's of a very serious nature. We also gave trigger warnings in the beginning and throughout. But I don't know, like, if men can have this conversation and treat it with care and um, take it as seriously as it needs to be taken, I think it would be a good conversation. But I've also seen some serious topics get derailed by absolute fucktards, and I just was not about to deal with that.
I can ask something for a second. When
Go
you
ahead.
said trigger warnings, you are saying that so the YouTube will not do anything to your video or for us?
That's for the viewer, because there are some people who, like Mahogany, have gone through experiences like this, and there are people who may not have shared their stories, right? So this is for them. Just like when you watch, I don't know if you have Law and Order over there, but there's a Law and Order SVU, which deals with sex crimes, right? And in the sex crimes, the beginning of the show, they always start out with a like a warning to let you know sensitive things are going to be talked about, and if this is going to trigger you, then you should probably go ahead and exit the video. Like, the last thing I want to do is to add to anybody's trauma at all.
Well, compared to
And
stuff
And
shout
like
out
give
to
this,
me one.
it's not a
Mahogany for being transparent and sharing that with us because it can definitely be, you know, triggering and definitely something hard to do because, this is people's real life. So shout out to her.
yeah,
Absolutely. And then,
yeah.
to even share her story about, like, I understood when she was talking about how the young girl was the one punished. You got punished for what happened to you. You got punished for opening your mouth to tell about it and for making people have to look at this young man differently, for making them have to now realize what he is. And that the family isn't ready to deal with that. And I hope y'all don't think that I'm making any excuses. I'm trying to my thing is always to understand, right? To understand. Things need to happen. People need to be punished. Protect the child, absolutely, but also understand where this stems from so we can prevent it from happening further.
Right. And also, El Boogie said something earlier about, like, I guess the men on the here on the internet, or she have heard them say things like they was, they're more about respect over marriage. So maybe that's one of the things too, is the image that is, put for this person. And so if that comes out, that's going to, you know, rewire the whole image. And, and like, that's why, when we get into like the church and stuff, pastors getting away with, molesting on children, both the boys and girls. And what do? Like, when they try to come forward, they're trying to pray for the pastor
I've
and
seen it.
demonize the child. Yeah.
You
So,
remember I brought that up? I think we watched the video
mhm,
where that lady was saying that's what happened, if I'm
yeah.
not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At
absolutely.
least look at the bright side. At least the what you said, the molesting of those kids is not a part of your culture or something. That's thank God. At least that.
What?
But that's what we're saying, Vigoda. I think by you being in a different area, you don't understand what we're saying with it being like it's happening. There's
I know.
no
What's the
Yes,
bright
real.
side?
Yeah,
but
Hold
it's
on.
not a part of your. But it's not a part of your culture. It's not a part of
It's
your daily
not?
culture.
it's an undercurrent, is what we're
If it's
telling you.
condemned, if people are condemning it, and it's not in
No.
broad daylight, then it's
Was
not a part of the culture.
Let me mute up.
All right, so El Boogie, you were saying, so Candy, are you consciously admitting that a lot of men don't take these issues seriously enough? Yes, I'm 100% saying that with my whole chest. That's why, like I said, I listened in various spaces to the conversations that were happening because it got brought up. Like so Tiff, you said you didn't see any men covering this topic. What I saw was that this topic was kind of floated into the content that some people were doing, but even as they were discussing it, the main thing that I saw men doing was saying not all. They minimized this entirely. And I think it's a level of not wanting to see yourself as a monster, not wanting to be associated with the heinous acts that were done. And I can understand that. There's some level of self-preservation there that says, while you go around and you scream men are bad, 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 and men are evil, men are dangerous, remember, like, I'm a good guy. That's true. You may be that good guy, but what we're telling you is that there is a lot that aren't, and y'all will be the first ones to tell us you should have chose better, you should have known better. uh, Men are dangerous. These men, I like all the things that I've heard since I've been here in these spaces, right? Never go to a man's house alone. You're asking for it, or like, what I mean, it's always going back to the victim having to protect themselves and never teaching men not to be predators. And I think that's the wildest thing to me, even in the case as what Mahogany was saying. Y'all taught her to shut up and suffer in silence. That's what you taught her to do. Instead of you getting that boy some help, instead of you, and I'm not saying send him to jail, therapy, and to, like I said, go into the root cause of what led him down that path to begin with. Y'all probably could have saved him. But now she's saying he's a grown man and not doing much different than what he did as a child.
Right, don't isn't that usually like how the story kind of goes when the behavior is left unchecked? They go
Absolutely.
on in life, perpetrating that onto other people in different ways. So,
Absolutely. I think, yeah, and like LA said, they're all good guys until they go bad. And so when you ask, well, you tell me, because choose better. I hate that statement because in some cases, yes, there are absolutely obvious men and obvious behaviors that should tell you not to fool with him. I could name some names of people in this space, but I don't think I need to do that. I think all of y'all, when I say that, can at least two or three people probably come to mind. A girl, you should have never done it, right? But what about the ones that aren't as obvious? You always ask for tips or tricks or just tell me how to vet better. Y'all say choose better. Okay, tell me how. In my real life and in the online space, I've asked that question to men who were close to me, right? And they can't ever give me an answer. So it's like it's a catch 22. It's a setup in a way. The only thing that you can do is take time, get to know people, and really hope that you have a very strong sense of discernment, if you even believe that is a real thing.
I want to say, I want to react to something that you said. You said that what her name is Mahogany said not to get to
Can
houses
you
of
can
men
you are you
alone.
able to speak up, Vagoda? You're low. It's harder to hear
You
you.
hear me?
Okay, I hear you
Hello?
better now. Yeah, I can hear you
Yes,
better now. What were you saying?
yes. I was saying about what Mahogany said, not to get into houses of men alone. Even I don't go to a house alone of somebody that I don't know. Even when I was in the army, and some woman uh, offered to let me call from her house to use the phone in our house. I didn't get into our house even then. So it's
Well, what about the
you don't
cases
go
when
to
it's
a
people
phone.
that you do know? Like the men who were saying this weren't separating, don't go to the house of people you don't know. I think that's kind of a given. You should never go to the house of any male or female that you don't know. But what they were
Yeah.
saying is don't go to a male's house, period. Period. End of story. No, no, nothing else to be said after that. I'm like, okay, what about, like, I have friends that I've had for 30 years now. Like, are you saying, "Oh, don't go to his house?" Yes, yes, you shouldn't go. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It just didn't make sense to me. Like the expectation is once you are alone with him, anything could happen, and that therefore makes it your fault.
Okay, okay. Thank you for clearing this up. Anyway, I need
And
to
and
go. I need to
can
go
you
now. It's very soon.
before you go, can
Yes.
you read what El Boogie is saying here on the screen? I want to make sure that I was understanding your point before because I think I missed it and it looks like she might have caught it. Is this correct?
Um. Yeah. Don't. Um. My reading English is not the best,
So
so I
let
will read
me
it. I will read
I'll
it later slowly. Don't want to take too much time. I will read it later.
do you want me to read it out to you to explain
If you
it?
want.
She said, "Y'all don't be upset with me, but I get what Vigoda's saying. He's probably coming from a cultural perspective where culture is outright in society instead of masked like it is in America. Are you saying
It
that that rape is actually allowed in certain like in your area in your culture?
in here, no, of course not in here, but in places like let's say Jordan, Syria, a grown man can marry a female minor in broad daylight, and he can do to her what he wants. And in places like Saudi Arabia, a woman is literally a property. In terms of, and the husband can unalive the female if he wants. In places, for example, like Afghanistan.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
that
got
is a
it.
part of if it. So in that case, that is a part of the culture. If you have some priest doing some disgusting stuff, but in the end of the day, the police will arrest him, then it's and everybody condemns it when it's exposed in broad daylight, then it's not part of the culture.
I understand what you're saying a little better, and thank you for clearing that up, El Boogie, because I
Yeah,
think
now
most
excuse
of
me,
us
my
were
dear, I need to go
confused
to
when you
sleep.
said that. I understand it better now.
Yeah, in general, also, you said that you are very have a soft spot for pictures of women that were hurt. Well, I would say that you are lucky that they didn't show you anything from 7th of October in that case. But in any case, I need to go to sleep, so have a wonderful night, my dear.
Good night, Vagoda.
Ciao.
Okay, so I'm gonna move along, and we're gonna play some more of this video. And I see some of y'all saying that you're still confused. Um, I think, excuse me, one second. I think I just want to go ahead and play some more of the video right now. So that's what I'll do.
Women who appeared to be abused while unconscious are still being uploaded, and US safe harbor laws largely protect the site from liability. In the end, it all comes back to Giselle Pellico. With astonishing dignity, she has taken hold of her own harrowing experience.
In reporting this case, we've spoken to multiple survivors who say they were drugged and raped by their husbands, and many of them see you as a source of strength. With your permission, I'd like to read you some of the messages that these survivors have sent to me to read to you. One survivor, her name is Amanda Stanhope, she lives in Wigan. Her strength inspired me to speak out. She broke the silence and shame. Survivors are forever grateful to her. I'd love to say thank you. If she can do it, then so can I.
And this is the woman, in case you all are unfamiliar with her, this is Giselle Petticoat. She's the French woman whose husband, for the last decade, was drugging and allowing other people to come over and have sex with her. He was basically pimping her out to random men. So this is not a young woman. This is not some like sex kid. This is a granny. This is somebody's granny who was getting violated. And I'm sorry. I want to say thank you to the people coming in. I see Dragonfly Jones. Thank you so much for coming through. To anybody that I missed, appreciate you guys coming through. Thank you for joining us this Saturday. And if you don't mind, please hit the like button for us. Again, this is a trigger warning. These are sensitive topics. And Court, I see you over there. Thank you so much on Twitch, Court. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for the cheers. Yeah, Granny, look at this lady. This lady looks like she could have been one of my like teachers back in the day. Oh man, it's just crazy.
Magnifique. C'est des témoignages qui me bouleversent, bien sûr. Mais c'est beau de se dire qu'elles ont trouvé cette force. Et tu sais, j'ai pu leur transmettre cela, c'est gagné. Parce qu'il faut en effet qu'on soit solidaire de tout ce qui se passe. Parce que si on reste dans son coin, on fera jamais évoluer les gens. Et pas honte de le voir. Il faut que démarche, même si c'est très difficile, même si c'est très compliqué dans leur tête. Mais elles vont y arriver. Il faut du temps. Ça peut demander des mois, des jours, peut-être même des années, mais elles finiront par y arriver.
Giselle says men can be allies and still believes society can change. But for those who think they're immune, she has a warning.
Je dirais, messieurs, pensez à votre mère, pensez à votre sœur, pensez à votre fille quand vous faites ça. Est-ce qu'il y a un moment où vous allez vous dire que ce que je suis en train de faire, c'est vraiment un acte criminel? Et de dire faites bien attention parce qu'un jour vous serez peut-être, on va vous surprendre. Peut-être que les compagnes lesquelles vous les soumettez un jour vont se réveiller et elles pourront dénoncer.
That was the end of the video. Pretty much what they're going to be doing is like showing um, abuse hotline, like so you can do reporting. So I'm going to go ahead and take this down. Okay. So you have any thoughts you want to share, Tiff, before I go into anything else? She might have stepped away. I just want to give her a chance before I say anything else. Okay. Um, Last stream, it was brought up, and I was asked basically my opinion of um, do you believe that once you're married, your body becomes your partner's? Like essentially, I'm trying to figure out how Blue worded it. He came because he had a question from another chat or another panel that he was on, where basically the consensus was once you become married, you no longer have the option of your body being your own. It belongs to your partner. And so I told him I didn't agree with that concept. I know that that's a thing in the Bible, right? Like not to that, not completely verbatim to that extent, but I know that a lot of people will use that to basically say like you don't have the option of whether or not you have sex with your partner, your husband or your wife. Like we've even heard stories in this space of men who have um, raped their wives or told a story that seemed very rape adjacent and didn't even realize as they were telling the story what it was. Like it just went over their heads what had been done in that moment. And so I think the danger of feeling like you own another person's body just because you are married, like the danger to me is like I said last week, it's too close to the concept of slavery. And like you stop looking at your partner as a person at that moment. Like they become a possession, they become property. And can you really see them as human if you also are seeing them as property? I don't think so. You dehumanize the people that you claim to love when we go down that rabbit hole of I own you, so I'll do what I want. Um,
Does that go both ways? Hey, I'm back. I'm sorry. Me and the little one was over here having a snack. Um, does that go both ways?
for ownership, or are you talking about
Um,
dehumanizing?
the ownership part. I was listening. I can't remember who you said something about that's like the other person own once you get
Blue
married. It
Blue
doesn't go
asked the
both
question
ways.
because
Okay.
Blue asked it last stream, and he was basically saying like he was surprised. He was about to jump. He was getting in the chat to say no, absolutely not. Marriage doesn't mean that that person owns your body. But then he saw a lot of women agree, which shocked
Mm,
me. But I guess I shouldn't have been shocked because patriarchy it hits women too. Um,
yeah.
I'm like no, absolutely not. You still have a right to be a. You are joined as one, true enough. you're still a person. You don't remove my personhood because I took on a ring. Like that's crazy to me.
That's crazy.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah. Let me just make sure we're caught up on the chat. I don't want to miss anything. America will pretend like those things are a disgrace while actively participating in those things. Those cultures, those other cultures, those in other cultures, those things are law and accepted as
Yeah.
normal. And DJ was asking, did you fall asleep? I think we got our answer.
Nah, I'm
Um,
here. I'm here.
there are people who move in unethical, disturbing ways that is acceptable in other countries, but don't get arrested for it. That's true. And like he was saying, the women in the other countries, like in some of those other areas, you can't confess because now you bring a shame on your family and
Mhm.
they can delete you for dishonoring them, even though you were the person who got harmed. So
Right.
that's why I said I understood what he was saying once El Boogie helped to break it down. My brain is on American issue, like American laws, American problems, like so it's harder for me to conceptualize when you're adding in other outside cultures, if that makes any sense. Like I
Well,
tried
I
to.
think it's the wording for me because it's like what kept getting me. Well, look at the bright side. What there, like, there is no bright side in my book. And I get that, like you said, for them it's different if they went out and uh told about what happened to them because they could get punished. But in so many ways, it can happen the same way. How many times have we seen victims come forward and they're the one getting ostracized or they're getting blamed or shamed? So I get the idea like, oh, well, that person can be held accountable and go to, be arrested. But as you heard, 8 years, there's folks out there with weed charges that have been in jail longer than that. So once again, it's telling me that this situation or this topic is not taken seriously, or the
And
behavior is not taken seriously.
that's if they even go to jail. Like a lot of these cases, you have to have evidence. You have to like it has to be something that you recently report. What if this is something that happened to you 20 years ago? How you going to like
Mhm.
now you have it's a he say versus she say thing. You know what I mean? Like people don't always get justice just because you think they and then sitting in the courtroom and having to go through and tell the story. There's a lot of people today who won't even tell the story, let alone having to do it in front of a jury or a judge and some lawyers, and then the lawyers trying to attack your character, attack you.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? The first thing we do is slut shame. Well, what were you wearing? So a lot of people don't want to go through that. And I use
Mhm.
people because men can be victimized too. A lot of these guys don't even realize that they were victimized when they were kids because it was a quote rite of passage. I don't even really want to go down that route, but that's why I said when El Boogie asked, do I think a lot of men don't take this issue as seriously as they should? Yeah, I do. And some of that is the reason because when we start talking about things like this, it becomes a joke. And I don't know if it's a joke because y'all just really don't have an issue with it or if you laughing through your pain kind of thing. I don't know. I don't want to speak for you, but I just also don't want to make light of the situation, which is what I see happening a lot. What that means is that you only have sex with one man and not that our body belongs to them like a slave. Men read that wrong. A lot of the Bible is read wrong. A lot of the Bible is interpreted to however you want to use it and abuse it. He says rape adjacent. That sounds, and I don't know what the rest of that is. Yeah, I mean, that might be a term I just made up, but I hope it made sense to you at least when I used it. When you use someone as property, you're well past a deviance. I see what Luna is saying, meaning the sacredness you won't use your body on other people, but they're misinterpreted. I don't know. I try not to get into that. Protect the women and children has always been the MO. I agree, Zero. You say he does that on purpose. Okay, I'll keep that in mind, May. You know I'm gonna keep him on topic. If it gets too far off topic, then we're gonna have to readjust. I'm not playing with that on my streams. The society is being ran by PDF files. Of course, they're easy on. Yes, absolutely. Brett Kavanaugh was accused of grape, and if I'm not mistaken, I have to go and look into the case. But it was like proven that he had done it, and he was still appointed to the Supreme Court, and everybody just moved along. Everybody just moved along like no big deal. And I'm sure that lady feels the biggest miscarriage of justice that you would have this man sit on the Supreme Court knowing his background and what he had done. And it's like we reward the predators. People definitely don't get justice based on hearsay. Exactly. Look at Epstein's. Who's really outraged? Who's going to jail? Who's being investigated? Nobody. People are not what we assumed. People are stranger than we think, and the public is okay with it. But see, May, what? Okay, I hear you on that. But like, what do you propose we do? Because like, I'm having this stream to bring awareness, but I also want to talk about ways that women can protect themselves even in their own homes. Things that you can think about doing if you aren't already doing it. If you even like, I don't think it's going to be necessary for everyone, right? But if you are like the lady who said she woke up with towels underneath her that she didn't go to sleep with, that her clothes were missing, that she had bruises, this woman is somebody. If she had had that conversation with me, I would have told her ass to install some nanny cams. You need a nanny cam, sis, in your bedroom and in the major rooms where you might fall asleep, and you want to know. Maybe she didn't. But if it had come up in conversation, that would have been a suggestion on my part because I'm like, He said people definitely abuse the Bible. Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to get caught up. Trying to get caught up. Her body supposed to be cared for like it's his own body, not harmed. That is true. There are people who lost everything just by speaking up. Yes. And even like Mahogany said, an 8-year old was ostracized from the family. They would have rather not known. They would have rather not known than for her to confess and to tell. Because now everybody's uncomfortable with the truth. Now they're going to deny it. And now they're going to make her feel bad. And you know what happens? That happens a lot. It happens often. And it teaches you to suffer in silence.
And think about it. Do you think that's fair to her? So here it
Absolutely not.
is. She had to suffer in silence while this, individual gets to go on, every day about their day just because people are uncomfortable with the truth. Like you said, instead of getting that, boy some help or try to figure out what was going on, instead you silence the person that was being harmed in that situation. So once again, that can cause, a domino effect of, going through life, not speaking up when, you should in way just because you were silent before.
Hmm.
And when she was saying how her cousin didn't believe her, that, in a way broke my heart because you would think that it's already tough enough to open up about something like that, but then you go to somebody that you love and care for, and not saying that individual don't feel the same way, but it's just the fact that people are too comfortable with protecting the image of somebody and not the actual body, mind, spirit of that person. But what do I know?
Then the other aspect of the domino effect is she said it was happening to other cousins. If I watch you confess and see the treatment that you received, how they ostracized you, how they punished you, do you think that me being in that same situation is going to be quick to open my mouth and go through the same thing? Not only do you teach her to suffer in silence, but you teach everybody else. It's like when they used to take the biggest slave and beat them in front of the rest of the slave, the broken buck thing or whatever. You're making an example, and it's the wrong example. And welcome back, May.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Candy Cane, I guess I want to maybe go a little further with explaining, 'cause I don't want you to think that what I said was dismissive. I think that we all need to just be very open minded to the idea that people are just not as good as we think. And I keep going back to that because I'm going to tell a situation. I'm not going to talk about it for long, but um, being that I am intelligent and well read and cognizant and aware, and I was an adult and experienced something, and it made me question every single person in my family. Um, and we're not talking about a child who doesn't know the world and got food or what is that word? They say you groom and all. It's none of that. None of that. Um, and this will kind of maybe shed light on why I think that a lot of people, male and female, they don't have these high expectations. Um, People don't have issues with perversions, and that's just how it is. And I think that we think everybody's going to be outraged and everybody wants justice and everybody's trying to fight the good fight and we all want to protect people. I just don't think that's how the world works. And this is where I'm coming from. So I was in graduate school and I was going to my hometown. Both sides of my family, mom and dad, are in the same town. And so I usually see both sides of my family when I travel from Atlanta to there. It's only an hour away. And I was planning to stay for the weekend. Had packed my bag, and I cannot remember exactly what it was. That maybe it was Thanksgiving or something. And that was the last Thanksgiving. That was like more than 12 years ago. I have not talked to my family on that side ever since that day. Maybe my aunt and my grandmother's funeral. Then I saw them. But I used to be very tight with that side of family. I do not talk to them anymore. All of them have been written off. And the reason why is because people, black folks, that shaming and that hiding and that pretending, especially in the Southern black society, that alcohol or drugs is an excuse for behavior. Okay. So I'm there, pack my stuff for the weekend to spend with my family. Can't remember why. I think it was a Thanksgiving. And I'm at an aunt's house, and it's all of us there. Not the older people, just the cousins, my peers. I have like 9, 10 male cousins, their friends and associates, and one or two female cousins. We're all there. And I walk in, and I haven't been seen like everybody else. And I'm in my 30s. I'm like 33, 35. This is before I had a kid. And the uncle, the older uncle, the drunk older uncle, he says to me, "Oh, hey, ain't seen you in a long time. Turn around." And, that's common that people in the country, they tell you to turn around. They ain't seen you in a long time. And the first thing he said, "Oh, you got them big cheddars." And his words were slurred. And I said, he said, them big round, he said it a couple times. Big round cheddar, you got them big round cheddars. And I looked around the room and I was like, am I hearing correctly? And I stopped turning at that point. And I just looked at him. I said, "What did you say?" My eyebrows and everything. I'm looking like, I don't want to misunderstand you, but I think you said, "What did you say?" He said, "You got them big round cheddars. If you wasn't my niece, I'd fuck you
Wow.
in front of
Violation.
everybody. In front of everybody."
Which means
That that
don't fall a,
whew,
don't fall asleep in that house because he's likely to be the one to creep in your room in the middle of the night. That's what that
I'm
meant to
30.
me.
I'm 30, honey. I'm 30 something.
And what was the response, if you don't mind me asking?
You see, I don't talk to none of them no more. So and I grew up these folks. These are my people. This is my tribe. Um, so yeah, they used to make turkey collard greens for me because I'm the one that don't eat pork. And they call, "You need us?" No, I'm not. I'm not coming. I'm not coming. Y'all need to do no turkey collard greens. I'm good. Um, I have not been back in 12 years. Yeah, 12 years. To that side of my family. I'm done with them. So what, like you said, what happened? I'm not drunk, and so the alcohol becomes the excuse. They have had a couple of drinks here and there. They laughed. They thought the shit was funny. And I said, "What did you say?" Because I want to make sure everybody heard. I said, "What did you say to me?" And you know this bastard said, "I want to insert you." He repeated the shit out loud. I want to insert. He can't even say the word correctly. I want to, and like it's a verb. I want to insert you.
So
He's
you know
laughing. They laughing. Huh?
they you can't. Okay. Mm. The excuse of I was drunk or I was under the influence. Drunk mouths speak sober minds, right?
And drunk
I,
cousins laughing, thinking it's funny is a problem too.
Right, a drunken man tells no tales. So if he's saying that in his drunken state, I'm sorry, that's just inappropriate because that's family, that's blood. Why is he even looking at, your niece in that form of fashion, and then on top of that say, well, if you wasn't my niece, well, you know what? Let me just, girl, I
How
do
do you how do
not.
you how do you open
Mhm.
your mouth how do you even open your mouth in public, even privately? But how do you say that and announce it with pride? And I myself,
M- May, your audio went out. You still there? May? Tiff, can you hear her?
Sound like she went out.
Oh,
Uh
she
oh,
dropped.
got snatched up. Come on, come on, YouTube. I'll be snatching people up. But yeah, that's that weird shit. And then you wonder why, you have people that going on and creating their own traditions. They're no longer, going around families like that because they probably grew up experiencing that. And then, imagine, being in your ripe old 30s, and once again nobody blinks the eye.
And she's at the age where she could defend herself. She could leave. She could go move around. But you know what I'm saying? And it still happens. That just means to me that society as a whole values the drunk uncle more than they do the niece, the daughters, the victims. Y'all would rather LOL Kiki, the drunk uncle, and even the jokes that people make about your creepy old uncle touching you. Like, why is that even a thing? That's not funny. It's not fucking funny. And yet these things happen and nobody bats an eye. And then you wonder why you got a bunch of angry women walking around here, why they are so combative, and why they're talking about being unprotected. At least in her situation, she was old enough to walk away and not come back. But what if that's not an option? And May is back.
sorry about that, y'all. My husband, he gave me a call in the middle. I forgot to turn the call thing on. Y'all, I can't. I haven't never shared this with anybody because it's that Southern shame. You know what I mean? I don't know if y'all know about Southern folks, but we tend to just hide stuff, and pile it behind. But that was so public and it was so frustrating and humiliating. And I'm like in my 30s and I'm an intelligent woman. I know what's going on. I'm looking around for like somebody say something, somebody do something. Um, my male cousins, a lot of them are older than me. I'm just like, y'all like, this is okay. Like I just looked around. I was like, really, y'all? Seriously? And I don't know if they were laughing out of discomfort, not wanting to do something, not wanting to intervene. And I just looked around. I said, really, y'all? Oh, that's how it is? Y'all think this shit is cool? And I said it, and they could see the look in my face. I'm not smiling, I'm not laughing, and I'm not drunk. Y'all think this shit is cool? And immediately I got my bag, I got my toothbrush out of the bathroom, I packed my shit up, and I let them watch me walk out the door with my luggage. That's where I was going to be staying that night at my aunt's house. And I left, and they ain't seen me since. And then I proceeded on a campaign. I need y'all to know what Uncle Percy said to me. I go to all of my uncles and call all of my aunts. I told my father and my dad, he also called my aunts and my uncles and my grandmother. He called everybody too. And, I told them initially what happened and how that their sons, who are my cousins, responded. And all the aunties and the uncles could say, they're all married women with husbands. And all they could say is, I'm surprised they did. They thought that was funny. I'm surprised. I'm sorry they said it. I got a bunch of apologies, but I was
Somebody's
done. Huh?
somebody should have yoked him up. Somebody should have
That's what
yoked him up by
that's what
his
I told
fucking
my
collar.
dad. Yep, that's what I told my dad. And I told my dad, I said, well, Daddy, what you gonna do about it? And he said, Percy is a crackhead, he's old and he's a drunk. I said, okay, fine. And he's like, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to physically da da da? My dad's a very logical person. He's like, he is a piece of shit. And my best thing I can tell you to do is you stay, and everybody needs to stay as far away from him as possible. And that's gonna be my advice as your father. And I mean, yeah, like what did I expect my 60-year-old father to go down there and fight him and beat him up? No,
No,
not
that's when
really.
you
I
get
don't
some
actually want to.
YNs to do it.
I mean, my dad would have done
Well,
it.
my cousin should
My
have
dad
been.
would have took that
That's what they're
cane
for. You
and
get you some
went to
YNs to
beating.
go get them to be. Okay.
Well, I think that's why I looked around at my cousins like, y'all think this shit is cool. I wanted my cousins immediately to be outraged and to jump on them. They're males too. They just laughed and they did not have a problem with it. And I just said to them, I said, you know what? Fuck all y'all. For real. Fuck all y'all. And that's just how I had to handle it. And so when I related to Mahogany when she was talking about being outcasted. So I'm out and he's in. That's how it is now.
Yeah.
Fine, fuck it. And they've never met my daughter, never will, sadly. But if y'all think that sexual predators and this perverted shit is okay, and y'all think that's funny, and I'm an adult, I can imagine how if y'all had an opportunity to be around my kid. And I'm not painting my
Absolutely.
family as guilty, but y'all are not safe people. If you're not safe for me, you ain't safe for my daughter. They've not met her. They never will,
So
sadly.
when you dropped, one of the things I said was, to me, it seems like society overall values the drunk, creepy uncle more than the nieces, the daughters, like the more than the victims. Would you agree with that statement?
Fuck yeah.
Or not? They'd rather not disrupt or upset the drunk uncle. We'd rather not hold him accountable. We just gonna let him go around being creepy and just give everybody the warning, stay away from him, instead of somebody beating his ass and put him at the bottom of a bayou.
Honey, where's the justice? Where's the justice? And I don't feel victimized by him. I stood up and I said, who the fuck are you talking to? And what the fuck are y'all laughing at? I basically cussed their asses out and I gave my outrage in that moment. So I don't definitely feel victimized. You know what I mean? I didn't walk out of there crying, oh God, poor me. None of that. But I'm upset because I did not get, I don't know, I wanted something else. I wanted everybody in
You
the
wanted
family to
them
come
to back you.
together.
I get it. You wanted them to join
Yeah.
them and to back you and to tell him he was wrong and to shame him. And
Yeah.
they
And
they failed you.
exactly. Exactly. And whether it was me or some other female or another male in the family, whatever he done is wrong. And I needed them to express it as wrong. And I'm not trying to come down on Christians, but these are some of the most Christian folks you ever want to see. You understand?
But that's been the shared story. Unfortunately, May, that's been the shared story. This is why I
Mm-hmm.
always ask, where you did you grow up religious? That's the when I'm listening, that's the first thing I'm listening for because it's like telltale signs across the board. Like
It is.
and this is why I always tell people I'm not religious. I'm not Christian. I grew up Christian. I absolutely reject everything that has to do with it, and I will live by my own moral compass. And fuck anybody who has a problem with it. The thing about it is, so many people present one way and live a
Yep.
completely different life.
Yep.
Everybody's this good, happy, healthy, wagging their fingers in judgment Christian, and all this craziness is going on behind closed doors. And you're saying what happens in this house stays in the house. And then when you do bring it up, the first thing they want to do is take you to the altar to pray about it. But nothing ever really changes about it. And so the church is failing. Somebody, and I'm going to go on a tangent over this for a hot second. Somebody brought up a while ago, like, why are the churches empty? Because people got tired of being fucking failed. People got tired of hypocrisy. People got tired of watching you speak with two tongues while you lied. And taking it to the altar and praying it away has never helped anybody. You will not be delivered at the fucking altar. So, there are some statistics that I did want to go into regarding this whole situation: intimate partner violence, intimate partner violation, however you want to phrase it. The people closest to you have the ability to harm you, and you need to be aware of that. And outside of this story is an extreme, right? But this can go a lot of different ways. And here's the okay, I do want to bring up this point before I move forward. I know a lot of men were like, you guys never focus on when women are the violent ones, when women are the perpetrators. That's true in some cases. We don't focus on it because it's not always reported. And when it is reported, y'all are the first ones to minimize it. Like I know one of the cases they bring up is Cardi B. And Cardi B kind of fits here, right? She was drugging men, she was robbing men. I'm not going to take that point away from you. What I will say though is for all of the men who want to claim women are equally as violent as men, where is the network of women who are drugging and raping or drugging and abusing their husbands and their boyfriends? Where are they? Because a drug incapacitating you, that's the great equalizer. So if women were equally as dangerous, equally as violent, we should have a ring of us doing that too. This is the second time it was exposed. And in both cases, it was men. So I don't want to hear that women are equally as violent. Women do as, but women do it too. Tell me you a bitch without telling me you a bitch. I don't want to hear that. That's not the focal point right now. Y'all want to always talk about accountability. Accountability is uncomfortable truth. Sometimes you got to sit in that shit. You can't say on one hand men are dangerous and then on the other hand try and chastise us because we finally agree. And I'm not doing this string to villainize. I'm doing this string to bring awareness. I'm bringing awareness. This is all I can do. I'm one little person in one little town, but I have a microphone, I have internet, and I have stories to share. And this is what we're talking about today. So I don't want you guys to think that I'm like, oh, man dashing. That's not it. I'm just bringing awareness to this, but I also want y'all to be cognizant when you always want to center yourself in a conversation that you're not centered in. You deflect and it waters down the message. Oh, but y'all didn't say nothing when Cardi B did it. Do you think that I would have been okay with Cardi B robbing your ass and drugging you? I got brothers. I have fathers. I have I have uncles. I have grandfathers. I have people that I care about that are also male. Just because people joke about some fuck shit on the internet doesn't mean we all agree with that. And I don't like the messaging that's put out there with that. And hey, Reese, welcome in. Appreciate you coming in. So my whole point was, Zero, thank you for coming in as well. My whole point was if women were as dangerous as men, then we should have rings of women drugging and because at that point now y'all are equal, right? If I can drug you and have you completely powerless, because that's one thing that they always want to uh, say is that men are dangerous because they have the ability to overpower you due to your strength. If I remove your strength with a drug, doesn't that equal it out? But yet women aren't the ones doing this. So back to the statistics um, on the trusted perpetrator. So according to the RAIN, RAINN, and the 2025 CDC updates, 8 out of 10 rapes are committed by someone known to the victim. I think when Vagoda was up here earlier, he mentioned something about not going to the house of someone you don't know. What I was telling him is that's a given. Like common sense, you don't just go to a stranger's house. Hopefully, common sense would tell you that. But what happens if it is somebody that you do know? Like there have been stories of women getting raped by coworkers. You've been working with this person all this time. You're leaving a work function and stopping by the house. You think you know this person, only to be victimized by the person, and then to have to go to work the next day. Like if you want the information, it's out there. But what I'm saying is it happened, and then I don't like the whole. I'm not a okay. How do I say this? I understand that there are some people out there who post. I'm not going to take that away from them.
Candy, you're
Okay,
borging a little. Candy, Candy, you're borging a little.
Yeah, you're going in now a little bit.
oh crap! I think my internet is trying to go out on me. Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna. Can you guys hold it down? Let me reset.
Okay, hold on. You sound good now. Hold on. Say something
I
again.
sound good. I'm clear. How
Yeah,
about now?
you sound good. You sound perfect.
Okay, good, 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 good. I lost my train of thought just that fast. Um, damn it. It'll come back to me. Hopefully, it'll come back to me. But I was saying about the stories. The information is out there. The information is out there. If you really want to go find it, you can have conversations with the people closest to you. You know, one thing I never sat down with any of my elder female family members to ask them if any of these things ever happened. I never had that conversation with any of them to know it might be a lot closer to home than you even think. You know what I mean? And then the lover as the aggressor. Roughly 45% of rape victims were raped by an intimate partner. And then the highlight of the whole CNN investigation showed that these crimes weren't like crimes of passion. These were organized, they were methodical, they were premeditated acts of violence shared amongst millions of men. The danger is coming from within the house, right? So, was it you, May, that brought up? I'm trying to remember what you said earlier. It was a point that I should have taken a note on because it had something to do with, I want to say, the push for traditionalism and trad white. Did you bring that up earlier? Am I
Yeah,
remembering that
yeah.
correctly?
I was talking about the red pill, and this idea, yeah, that people are really, really wanting submission and all of that stuff, but they have to suppress it. Yeah.
Can y'all? Okay, so the extreme ideals of ownership of like the whole um, no fault divorce thing being removed. Like I forget whose stream I was listening to. I think Drip was doing a review of another content creator, and I can't remember the content creator's name, but basically he was saying something along the lines of wanting to basically take a lot of choice and autonomy away from women. Oh, I remember some of the points. He was saying women don't get the right to vote. No, single people don't get the right to vote. You only get the right to vote if you are married. That was one point. Then there's only one vote per household. So whomever is the voter, we know will likely be the man, would be voting for the entire family. Another thing he said is false divorces need to come back into play. You need to have a reason to get divorced versus it being just irreconcilable differences or whatever. Oh my God, what were the other points? By the time he finished running down the list, I was just thinking like, Y'all just you just want to oppress her. If the only way you can hold on to your woman and to get her to cooperate with you and to get her to listen to you is to oppress her, you are a sorry ass man. If the only way you can hold on to that woman is by absolute control, you done fucked up. Something is wrong.
I agree with you, Candy Kane. This idea of the modern marriage, and when I say modern, I mean two people coming together because they choose to, because it's pleasure, because it's mutually beneficial. This is a pretty new idea. I would even offer that it's probably only 30 to 40 years new. I'll be honest with you. Um, I don't think that that's the institution of marriage. I can't talk about just regular relationships, girlfriend, boyfriend, but the idea of marriage itself has historically, because we got a lot of our culture from Europe by way of the settlers and all that stuff, and a lot of those things have been handed down, those traditions. Even if you look at the institution of marriage itself, the purpose of it initially when it began, and I'm not speaking on white culture, because black people, we always add our own stuff into the mix and make things our own. But a lot of what we do and what we have in our traditions and beliefs, it comes from them because we grew up with them. And I say them, I mean white culture and white people, white mainstream. And so we go back to just even looking at the institution of marriage. It was created as a form of slavery. A girl goes from her father's home under his protection, his complete and total control. He literally physically hands her over. I give my daughter, right, to you to be wed and basically to be owned. She removes her family name because she is an object, and she proceeds to take the name of her husband just like a slave would because she is now his property to control and to lord over and make decisions and to hold, to have and to hold till death do you part. That whole ceremony, if you really know about weddings and all those different ceremonies and the rings and all that stuff, is very symbolic. So I'm gonna say this: the institution of marriage is about ownership, absolutely. And the idea that it's not is not gonna die easily. It's just not. As much as we would like that to die and it be romantic and two people who love each other, mutual respect, it just got suppressed. Men have learned how to pretend and behave if we're honest. And I've heard Priscilla, which is not somebody I really like to listen to, but she made some points about the nature of men, and I couldn't ignore it. And I'm not a man hater at all. I have no problem with men in general. But she made some very good points about the nature of men. They kind of their natural instinct is to conquer, to hold, to control, to dominate. And it's like they have to be trained in society not to be that way. And I would argue that these men who have drugged their wives, they suppressed it. You said that man. What did he say? I've been wanting to do this to her for a long time. To the MRS. He said the MRS. He put Mrs. I've been wanting to do this to the Mrs. for a long time. He learned to suppress those desires, but they never left. They never left.
I don't even think it was suppression. I think it was just he was too cowardice to try and get away with it. He didn't really know how, and that's why he sought out that website to learn. I don't think that's suppression. That's just you. It's like when they talk about like some of the markings of like a serial killer is deleting animals in their youth. You just didn't graduate to the point where you were bold enough to do that.
Your voice,
Oh, I went out again.
just a little
Can you
bit.
hear
Can you
me?
say the sentence? Yeah, I can hear you now. Say the sentence again.
So I was saying it's just like kind of with. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It's just like when they talk about the makings of like a serial deleter, right? And in their youth, some of the things that they point out was that they deleted animals and they finally progressed up to the point where now they're doing it to people. I think in the case of this guy that you're talking about wanting to do it to the missus, it's not a matter of suppression, more so he just hasn't graduated to the point where he was confident enough to try it.
Mm.
That's why he went and found that website to learn. Like they literally called it the Rape Academy School. We got instructional videos, we got vendors we can
Wow.
hook you up with. It's a whole ass sick network.
So, so Candy, you were saying earlier that your important purpose of this is to talk about what women can do and think about solutions and um, ways for women to not deal with this, but to be prepared that these are possibilities, right?
Right.
Um, and I think the topic is a good topic because, and I have to keep going back to this. I think that one of the things that we need to do as women is not put anything past anybody. I
Yes.
think we got to start there. We think we're in safe space with certain people. We think we're in safe space with either, an intimate partner, a husband, a so and so, a date or whatever, or even like somebody said earlier, a coworker. You got these years in, you work in the same place. You think that you should be in safe space. And I think what we have to always do, and we don't need to be paranoid, but we need to understand, and this is just my opinion I'm inserting, is that a lot of people out here are perverted, and a lot of people have hidden it very well because it doesn't benefit them not to hide it. Like that guy said, Mumu, earlier, dude just got comfortable, right? He took his
Hmm.
mask off. Yeah, I get young girls when I go, whoa, dude. And then dude put his mask back on. It's not safe for me to be the pervert I want to be. And that's the only reason why we don't see a lot of people's perversion. So if we as women start recognizing that most people have perversions, my husband included, you see what I mean? He just may not show it to me. What it is, I don't know, but there's possibilities here. Women gonna have to start doing that. No, not John. He goes to Bible study. No, not John because he does this. He does that. He's a great guy. Fuck all that. People are people. People have a nature. And it's smart for people to hide their nature because they can't survive if they don't hide the nature. You can't just tell people, yeah, I like having sex with my wife while she's unconscious and I can do ungodly things that she won't let me do while she's awake. That's what I get off on. You're not going to tell nobody that. That's going to be between you and the devil. People hide
And the
their
network.
perversions. So women, yeah, and the network, yeah. So people
The
perverts
network.
because of technology, right? Perverts because of technology. Now they can share it. I'm not alone, and that's what we see. Millions of people are saying, "I'm not alone. You a pervert too? Me too. I'm a pervert. Wow, we got the same perversion. Let's share." Millions and millions and y'all got to understand millions. Y'all got to understand millions. That means it's not as uncommon. And we like to
That's my
say the
point.
word some. Yeah, we like to say the word some, but it's a lot. Okay, it's a lot. It's pervasive. We need to start there as women. Don't put none past nobody. And I'll give you this real quick before I drop down. Um, I work in DeKalb County. I used to work in DeKalb County as a teacher. And one of the things that happened in DeKalb County, they had to actually recognize and change the damn, what do you call it? Ethics program, not ethics, the ethics rules. And they had to change and make new rules for employees. They had to write new rules and regulations. Why? Because they found that they had predators among teachers and principals, right? And we say predators in a like dismissive way, like you're just a bad person. They didn't see themselves as predators, right? So one of the rules they had is when you're off campus, as an adult, as a professional, you are not allowed to drink and socialize with each other any longer because
Hmm.
we can't protect you. So what would happen is happy, what do you call it? Thank goodness it's Friday.
Yeah, TGIF.
Yeah, and this was very common among us teachers. We'd be stressed the fuck out, so we can't wait. And we all, as a group, you have these different cliques. We decide, oh, we're going to go out and have drinks at Applebee's. We're going to meet at that local bar and stuff. And what would happen is the men, particularly, would get friendly because we're outside of the school setting. And the things they wanted to say and the things they wanted to do that they didn't think they were protected to be able to, they knew they weren't protected to be able to do because of ethics and all that shit, at school on the territory, they thought they could break it out. And so what ended up happening is a lot of women started writing complaints. I no longer feel comfortable with my principal because he grabbed my butt when he had 3 drinks. I no longer feel comfortable working with this coworker. I mean, it became so pervasive. So many complaints came in, and it's a huge county, and it was that big of a problem. They had to say, if you go out and you decide you want to drink with your coworkers, we can't protect you. And so we're going to make a rule that if you do that, you are outside of the bounds of us. We can't protect you. We can't do anything about that.
And I'm trying to wrap my head around like what could they have done outside of this, and truthfully nothing. Once you're off school grounds and y'all are on your own and alcohol is involved, what can the school do?
Nothing. They can't do nothing. They can't. Yeah, you on your own. You have to call the police and say he just grabbed my butt, and that wasn't part of us as a group laughing and kicking and laughing and talking. We were socializing. He walked me to my car and then he tried to kiss me. He grabbed me. There's nothing you can really do about it. It becomes a personal, private matter. And so they had to come up with a rule that they're basically telling you not to do that, and if you do, you're doing it at your own risk. So our advice is to not socialize with your coworkers. Don't go to the bar. Don't drink. Don't hang out. Don't do none of that. You know.
Yeah, and
And
that's
and
why I was
then
trying to.
that. Uh-huh.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say that tells you right there how just and I'm not saying that's perverted, but the idea that you can put your will over on somebody. You see what I mean? That's the same thing these men are doing.
Power dynamics. That's what that is. That's an extreme power
Right.
dynamic. As the principal of the school, now you've put me in a very awkward position. And I have a lot of friends who work in and around the school system. I've heard a lot of these stories. Some of them have been consensual relationships. Them teachers and principals and janitors and everybody be getting it in. But there's also
Yes.
stories where it's not consensual and things are happening. And so then you have to really like it's a dangerous slope. The best thing, you're right, the best thing to do is not be there. Don't even be in a position where that could happen to you to begin with. This is why me personally, I've never been one for like the work functions. It's rare. It's rare that I would go to because I'm like, I see y'all at work, and I'm right now I work remote. But I see when I was going into the office, I see y'all at work. I don't really need to kick it with y'all outside of work. And especially when alcohol gets involved, folks forget that you're a coworker and not their friend. It's certain
Right.
parts and aspects of your life that I don't need to know, and I damn sure won't have you in mind. So like, I just just keep the. I didn't even do social media. Like back when I had a Facebook and people would try and add me from various jobs I was at, blocked. Nope, you don't need. We are not friends. You are my coworker. You're my colleague, and a lot of drama and a lot of mess. You can save yourself from it by keeping a level of distance and that reminder. When y'all get too
Hmm.
familiar, too friendly, that's how the lines get crossed. And signals can get or misinterpreted.
Absolutely. And it goes back to your idea that, it's intimate partners, people who are in close proximity. Again, women let their guard down. That's just my coworker. That's my boss. I'm going to protect this space. The same way these women were feeling with their husband. I'm going to protect this space. I don't think they were capable or would be capable. I'm not suspicious at all. And this is why, predators have the space to do what they do because the guard is down. And all I'm saying is maybe us as
Absolutely.
women, we need to absolutely put our guard up with everybody, coworker, boss, this, that. You have to have your guard up. A lot of these reasons that it got nasty was because it was unknown. These people covered their faces, They didn't show how they felt at work at all. So, and I remember the situation that blew it up the worst was because this particular husband, his wife had went, and her boss, the principal, grabbed her butt, and he basically called up. He came, actually he didn't call, he came up to the main what you call district offices, and he said basically he was demanding that the dude be fired. He said, if y'all don't take care of him, I will. And that was an ultimatum. He disrespected my wife. If y'all don't take care of him, I'm gonna take care of him. Y'all gonna tell me today what y'all gonna do about this man. He gonna be her boss no more. That's a hard, hey, You talking about you gonna fire him on the spot, or I'm gonna take care of him. I mean, that they had to really make a real serious policy after that. It was ugly. It made the news. Um, and that's the thing. You had people who were married, and they weren't inviting that. The person knew they were married, didn't care. Another power dynamic.
Yeah.
So that's my thought. We just have to be vigilant and not put it past somebody, and just say to yourself, and particularly with these women, my husband is capable of doing some kind of perversion. And we all as women have to think this person is a normal person, and lots of people who are normal people, because that's what we hear, right? When they say, well, I never would have imagined. He's so normal. Yeah, they behave normal. They seem normal. So you just can't put your guard down. That's what I would say.
They have to though. They have to seem. That's the mask of normalcy. They have to appear that way because that's how you're disarmed. If I
Hmm.
if I act, you know what I'm saying, like creepy people never really know they're creepy, if that makes
True.
sense.
Hmm. That's true. Most of these people that do stuff, you never would guess. You never would guess. You like just complete shock. And I mean, even me, I'm shocked um, about this idea. That's why I got so interested in looking at the psychology of it. Like, what would make you do that? Your own wife? All you got to do is just ask. And it's not about asking, it's about perversion, it's about total control and submission. And I think it's even more evil and sinister than that. Because the idea of exposing this person, that means they don't have any personhood. They don't have privacy. You
Exactly.
took all of that. You took their privacy. And what if this woman is a professor, a respected person? And I'm not saying that other women aren't important. I'm just saying, what if it's a public person? What if she's a Channel 2 news anchor? You could ruin this woman's total career. Everything she ever
Exactly.
worked for, her education. Doesn't any of that matter to you?
I'm glad you came back up because I did want to ask you. You made a comment earlier about, do you think that men wouldn't want to have sex with you but while you're out of it type thing? Do you recall the comment I'm talking about?
Yeah, I was saying that most women put it past their husbands, so they would not think Henry wouldn't want to have sex with me while I'm gone. I'm 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 not physically and mentally here. He wouldn't want to do that. There's no pleasure in that. That's what a lot of women would think.
Mm.
Sex is enjoyable because I'm participating. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think most, because to me, thank you, Silent. That's exactly what I said. This comment right here, I said these men are one step away, in my opinion, from necrophilia. You one step away. The only difference is she's still breathing. But like,
Right.
that's, and there's all kinds of levels of weird.
It is. It is. And like I said, I don't want to like be a black pill dark, gloomy person. But what I'm here to tell you is I believe that 80 to 85% men and women have all kinds of kinks, perversions, things that would surprise.
But
And
you
I'm
know
not
what?
saying illegal, I'm not saying criminal. I'm just telling you that a lot of folks are into things that would surprise if they were to
So
take off their mask.
okay, keeping with honesty, right?
Hmm.
I don't think you're wrong about that, but there's, I think, levels of kink that are acceptable, that are healthy, that are consensual, versus levels of kink that are harmful. Like, to
Absolutely.
be human is to have lust. To be human is to have sex and to want to fuck. That's part of what makes us human, right? You have all of your hierarchy of needs. You need your
Yeah,
air, you need shelter, you need love, all of these things, right?
absolutely.
It's when what's that fine line between what's considered healthy, normal, acceptable, consensual, and the other side of that to where it goes towards deviancy.
Yeah, this is a good point. There are levels to it. Absolutely. That's a good point to make. There's criminality at a certain level, right? And then there's
Right.
some shit that's just fucking ungodly. We got levels to this, no doubt. Um, I'll give you it's a slippery slope. That's what I'm gonna tell you. And so that's the thing. If we understand a lot of people have vices, we'll just call them vices that are on different levels. And it's just like the people say marijuana is what they call it, an entry, a gateway drug. Somebody might
Gateway
start
drug.
off with yeah, somebody might start off with marijuana and they just stick with marijuana and they don't go to anything else, right? And they're satisfied with just occasional marijuana. Then there's somebody who's going to want to lace the marijuana with cocaine. And then there's somebody who's going to want to add some other heavy, heavy narcotics. And then before you know it, that person is on crack, another person's on meth. So there are levels to it. I totally agree. But the question is, with individuals, how far will individuals go? Will they go up the ladder or not? That's the thing we don't know.
I
And
think
I just go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think you got to be careful how far into the kink you go. I'll put it that way. Like because I think at some point, like I've listened to some stories. I don't know if you know who Thor is. I think it's Phor, or he's from like Black Ink Crew, Chicago, I think.
Okay.
So basically, this man was talking about how like he used to do like the vanilla sex and like this, that, and the other, and then he started experimenting with this, that, and the other, and now like he does like full on kink shows where he drinks his own cum, and it's just like all
Oh,
kinds of yeah, girl, like
well, yeah,
into the level.
yeah.
So what
Okay,
I'm
so he's
saying is like
escalated.
yes,
Oh
there's a
God.
progression that comes with it, and I think once you start getting into certain levels of kink, that normal shit is not going to do it for you anymore. It's like when they talk about the first hit of crack or whatever. Once you have
Right.
that first hit, you're going to have to keep upping the ante. You're going to have to keep going because now you've desensitized yourself from the things that would have been considered quote unquote normal. And now, like some people go down the rabbit hole of wanting more. It's never enough. I gotta. You're chasing a high that's never going to come back, but you have to keep escalating to get to that point.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the thing. It's all a mystery of what individuals will do. Will they escalate? Will they just stay in marijuana or will they get to crack? It's hard to know. But if we know at least that somebody might try some drugs, then we got at least got our mind that there's some possibilities here. But having our guard down is not helpful. This person will never try a marijuana. This person would never do drugs. And I think that's where women are in the danger zone, when we just think that somebody's not capable. And you use the word kink. Kink is part of that. But I'm just saying, even just when I say vices, I'm just saying people doing stuff that's outside of what you would expect. Like me, I watch pornography. I love pornography. I admit it. Um,
Hmm.
and that's what I enjoy. But people who know me, they would never guess I like pornography. They wouldn't. My aunties, or not that they thinking about me like that, but they just would be surprised if you see, yeah, May watches a lot of porn. They would be shocked. They'd be like, "What? She? Her? Not her?" That's what I'm saying. People just put stuff past people. And I'm sure
Is
everybody in the
is
audience, if they were honest, they all got some shit they're into. And it might
but
not be that real extreme, huh?
is there anything wrong with that though? Just because you are a sexual person or you watch porn, I don't think that how can I phrase this?
Well, I can go
I
from
don't
porn
think
to
that's an
creating porn to I could escalate if I wanted to.
right, but I
I could
wouldn't
get me a I
you
could get me
telling
a YouTube. What's it call it? What's that thing called the girls be making
OnlyFans,
money off of? Yeah, I could get an
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans and start making porn, and then I could get other people like what is it, Andrew? What's his name? He go and get women and he turn them into slaves, and people
Oh
can
Lord.
escalate. I'm just saying, people can. It can start off one way and turn to another. And I'm not. That's why I say I don't want to be black pill. I don't want to be negative. But I'm just saying, I think the best thing that we can do is don't put shit past anybody. Understand that people have different levels of kink and shit that you just wouldn't expect them to be into. And that's human beings. I mean, somebody would look at me. I'm a black woman with dreadlocks and I'm short. They would not educated little suburban wife, housewife. They would not look at me and think that. But that's the truth of me. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, and again, I don't want to seem like I'm minimizing. I don't think anything is wrong with it because I think that's a lot of people. Like, I don't. First of all, we don't talk unless you have a channel or unless you are just that transparent of a person. Most people don't go around talking about their bedroom proclivities. Like,
Right,
that's
right.
not something we wear on our sleeves. Like, hi, I'm into choking. No, nobody. Like, that's something you find out on a need to know basis, and the reason you needed to know because you was in bed with. You know what I mean? Like, So
Absolutely.
I don't think that's so much of a like a bad thing. That's part of keeping parts of your life private or parts of your life sacred. You liking porn is only harmful to you if you no longer are functioning. You can't work and you're not doing your chores around the house. If you're neglecting your family for porn, that's when it becomes dangerous. If it's a part of your love life between you and your husband, like I don't see that as an issue per se. And I know that there's some things like people are like sex trafficking and blah 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 blah. I'm not going down that road that far with it. I'm just saying like whatever y'all do in the bedroom that is safe and consensual, even if it is on the perverted side, I don't have a problem with that. That's y'all's business. It's when it starts to become harmful, or if you do escalate into areas that can be harmful, that we should be concerned. Like these men on this website doing this, this is deeper than porn. This
Oh
is
yeah,
not some dude
absolutely.
jacking off into his sock. This is like y'all are actively harming, scarring, removing the safety. Like these women, I just want to stress, like, I don't think people really think deep enough on the level of betrayal
Yeah.
it would be for you to find out that the person you trusted the most was harming you and you didn't know. That
Hmm.
strangers had to come and tell you. Not only are there videos, there's evidence, and he's been doing it, and he's been sharing it with people, and he's let other people come and do it. Like, you took away her sense of safety probably for life. And then if she never wants to be around another man, what can you say? Oh, the only one man that
Yeah.
did it to you. Not all men did it to you. It was only that one. All it takes is one in some cases like that.
Right. That's extreme.
That
That's extreme. That's extreme. And Katie, I don't want you for a minute to think I'm paralleling porn and small vices to
no, I get
that.
your
That
point.
is that
I
is
get your
highly
point.
extreme. Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure for the audience sake that we like cleared that up because I don't want anybody like, man, they tripping, they over here saying that if I watch porn I'm a pervert. Well, you are, but I mean it's just an acceptable pervert in my book, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
And what's his Moon Lace Muse said everyday people do all kinds of stuff, and that's my only point. My only point
Hmm.
is to say don't put nothing past nobody. Your own husband, your boyfriend. Don't and then you don't have to be paranoid, but just don't sit and think somebody's perfectly innocent. And I can parallel this to somewhat a lot of people. He would never cheat on me, right? You've heard so many women.
Right.
He's a loyal guy. You don't you the same way you understand that people are capable of cheating no matter how much they say they love you and how dedicated they are and they come home at on time every day. There's still a possibility. And so the same way we see the possibilities are possible for cheating, we need to understand that the same possibilities exist for extreme perversions. They can be there, you just don't know. And I think Mumu did a really good thing as a man when he came up and said that he's kicking it with a homeboy at work, and dude took his mask off. You
Hmm.
know, people know sometimes you can't take that mask off, and that's the only reason why you don't know what they're capable of. They're smarter than taking that mask off, and that's the difference that makes the difference: keeping the mask on or taking the mask off. So yeah,
And see, the
but with
thing that I
that,
don't want to do,
mm-hmm.
you got you. I was gonna say the thing I don't want to do is teach them how to hide it better. This is why when people be like, you let everybody talk. When they hit the panel, you let them, because first of all, I want you to get out whatever you came to get out. And second of all, I don't believe in stopping people unless it's like going to the left, like you're fighting and you're being argumentative, that kind of thing. But like, let them tell you who they are. If you listen
Yeah,
long enough, you'll learn enough. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing with
absolutely.
Mumu. I get him wanting to shut it down, but I feel like in those cases, you just teach that nigga to hide it better.
That's true.
Can you think of
He
any ways?
definitely. Mhm.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. There's a little
No,
bit of
I
a
wasn't saying
delay.
anything. I
So,
was agreeing with you. I said, go ahead. I'm sorry.
can you think of any other ways? Like, my suggestion for any woman who has even an inkling or a suspicion, or even if you don't have any suspicion, is to get a nanny cam and put it in your room. put it in your near your bed, and just don't tell him. Just don't tell him. Maybe just for one night. I'm not saying all the time. Just to see if you suspect. If, like again, with the woman who said she woke up and her clothing was missing. She woke up and she had bruises on her. I think there was some level of her brain trying to protect itself by not diving into what could be happening to her, because we always think, oh no, not him. No, 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 he's harmless. But in the instance where you may have some sort of suspicion, what advice would you give the women who might want to know?
I agree with what you said, and um, in addition to that, the women have to kind of say, is there look for patterns. The nanny cam is a very good idea. If you, yeah, as a woman, if you found yourself in strange spaces, or you here and you know you went to sleep over there and you got different clothes on or no clothes on, and you with an intimate partner, I would say definitely put a cam up and try to see what's going on. Because that shit don't just move. To everything, there's a cause and a effect. That's
Hmm.
just common sense, and you can't, like the lady said, I didn't have any shorts on and I didn't have a shirt on, but I knew she didn't go to bed drunk. She know what she wore, and so I would say look for patterns, and then intentionally test those patterns. Test it. Look for patterns. Is this every Saturday that this is happening to me? Is this only on the weekend? When is this happening? And then, like you said, put the camera up and see what's going on. I have nanny cams in my house, you know, so that's just something that I keep at my house. I have cams
Hmm.
up, you know. Sometimes I go to the gas station and I leave my kid. I want to see every moment of what she's doing if I go away. So I turn the cams
Yeah.
on. And so a lot of us have cams, and so we might need to use them. That's all I'm saying. We might need to use them. And then I would say, as a woman, like particularly the one that got bruises, she probably needed to start doing stuff like doing more self care. Let me make sure I take a bath and I feel extremely clean in this particular way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I totally understand. Like I just my mind goes to the fact that I know a lot of people when they go through trauma or something that they think is like traumatic, or their brains will block it out. Your mind will actively work to protect you by is that cognitive dissonance, the separation? Let me see. Let me look up that word. I know I've heard it in these spaces, and I'm pretty sure that's the definition. I don't want to misuse it. Hold on.
Okay.
And the
So
panel is
yeah,
open if anybody wants to come and join. If not, when May leaves, I'm probably going to shut it down because I don't want to beat a dead horse. Like I think we got the major points of the stream out. But if anybody wants to come and join, if you have anything you want to share, you're welcome to do that. And I'm sorry, May, I did not mean to cut you off.
no, you didn't cut me off. I wasn't saying anything. Um,
Uh,
mhm.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Got it.
Yeah, I be doing that too. I'm like, mhm. Let's see. Moonlace Muse said, I watched a movie the other day where the high school girl was deaf, and the things people said around her because she couldn't hear. Oh, okay. Somebody said, is
Oh,
it disassociation?
yes, that's how I understand it. It's okay. So the definition, what is cognitive dissonance? I'm pulling it from the internet. Simply psychology. Cognitive dissonance is the mental discomfort experience when a person holds on to two conflicting beliefs or when their actions don't align with their beliefs. So the reason I say cognitive dissonance fits in this sort of situation is because on one hand, as a wife, in her head, she's probably thinking, I know my husband loves me, right? That's one belief. And on the other side of that, I also believe he might be harming me. Those are two conflicting beliefs. So they
Mm,
end up, You know what I mean? They end up kind of detaching, I think, in a way, and ignoring or turning a blind eye or like shutting off the least comfortable of the options, the least comfortable of the beliefs. I hope I'm making that make sense. Jesus.
It does make sense. You got two different warring ideas, and the two just don't match. They don't mix, and so you try to figure out. It's hard. You just shut it down because you can't pick between the two. Can you look up
Right.
disassociation too?
Yes. Hold on one second. I definitely can do that. I have to switch out my earbuds. One of them's dying. Hold on. Can you say something else, May?
Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear
good.
me?
Okay, okay. I hear you. I just want to make sure before I close the other one up. I didn't want to hang up. Okay. So you said you look up disassociation?
My
Okay, I
guess
got
is it
it
could
from
be a
the.
combo. It could be a combination of those two. Maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, I think it is definitely a combination of two. I'm pulling this up from the Mayo Clinic. I don't know if you all are familiar with the mayoclinic.org, but it says no dissociative disorders. It's basically dissociative disorders are mental health conditions that involve experiencing a loss of connection between thoughts, memories, feelings, surrounded by behavior and identity. These conditions include escape from reality in ways that are not wanted and not healthy. This causes problems in managing everyday life. Dissociative disorders usually arrive as a reaction to shocking, distressing, or painful events and help push away difficult memories. Yes. And Scholar, you're asking where are the men, as in the men who were committing these acts that participated in this predator network? They're all over. They're predominantly out of Europe. They were saying Poland, France, England, somewhere in the U.S. Like they named a bunch of places, but I think it's still being investigated and people are still getting arrested for it. They're still tracking them down, but it's all over pretty much. Predominantly, though, it's Europeans that were getting caught. And so Seymour, you're saying they're Caucasians. Just say that. Granted, a lot of the men that were in the actual video were Caucasian, but that doesn't. I want y'all to stop doing that because when something, okay, when men do something good as a whole, all men want to take credit for it. We built this, we built that. When men do something bad, now y'all want to separate by races. Now y'all want to separate and make sure, oh no, that's them over there. So, and I'm not coming down on you. I'm not coming down on you. I'm just trying to explain. So don't take this as me coming for you. I'm not doing that. But what I'm bringing up is earlier I said one of the issues as to why we're even talking about this, even though we're seeing quite now, right now as like a white issue, Caucasian issue. The thing about it is, one thing that I know about men, black men specifically, is y'all like to, for instance, some men have claimed reparations is being able to smash white women. That's why they like doing it. I've heard more than one man say that. I've heard more than one generation of men say that, right? Like that's the great equalizer because white men don't want us messing with their women. And so we can, that's reparations. If I don't get it no other way, that's how I get it, right? So what I'm trying to say is a lot, no, I'm not doing cognitive dissonance. A lot of men have expressed that thought, right? So if you're going to say on one hand, I want to be able to have the full privileges that white men have. Why would I not believe that if black men could get away with doing the same thing, they would? You're saying nobody has ever said that past the punchline of a joke. I'm telling you they have. Because you didn't hear it doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Does anybody else understand what I'm saying? Is this dot connecting or am I way off? Because y'all can tell me it doesn't have to be an echo chamber. I'm not going to shoot down your opinion on the situation. This is why I say I have conversations with balance. Seymour, you're actually welcome to come and hit the panel and talk to me. It's an open panel. Anybody else out there? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because like I hate when we do that. Oh, when white men do something, oh, it's just white men. When it's bad, when it's negative. But like then you'll say like men go out and they build things. They build. You will take credit for other men's work when it's a positive thing, but you don't want that same thing when it's a negative thing. That's all I'm saying with that. And I don't believe that it's isolated to just white men. These areas were white. You know what I'm saying? Like being in Europe. But you know it's black people that live in Europe, right? Like it's other races of people that live over there. May, do you understand what I'm saying? Like if you think that I'm off kilter with that, I want to know.
I don't think you're off kilter, and my evidence of that is because I did say the same thing he said earlier. Before I even really knew where they came from, that was my first thought. I said, "This sounds like some white man shit." That's what I said. Um, so I see the cultural bias there, definitely. But you're
Hmm.
right. And the reason why I have evidence of that is because the passport bros. That's a perfect example.
Exactly.
They
Thank you.
started off with the white male elite doing this, and now you got poor black Negroes doing this. So as soon as they get an opportunity to do the same things, absolutely they will. That's the evidence.
Now, granted, being a passport bro is not illegal, and unless you over there like Floyd messing with little girls. If you're flying into the country, going over there with your passport, getting your $40 cooch and it's legal over there, by all means, do it. But the whole point is the correlation. I need y'all to connect the dots. I connect a lot of dots, y'all, and I'm usually pretty spot on. I can recognize patterns very well. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I could be wrong, but we'll see. I also remember before COVID hit, watching some of the news in China and seeing some of the stuff that I shouldn't have said that full word. Before the vid, before the vid made it big over here, that December, before everything hit, because that was March. I remember because my job shut down at that point. Um, and we were all working from home. That like December, I came across news stories coming out of China. And I don't normally tap into their news. I don't even know what made me look into it. But I'm starting to see all of this stuff coming through. I'm like, huh, that's not okay. Something's going on here. So in the middle of the night when I can't sleep, I'm like researching or I'm on YouTube or whatever. And so I saw this and I start going down the rabbit hole. Then I start sending it out to my friends and family, like, do y'all see this? Do y'all see this? Do y'all see this? And they were like coming back to me the next morning, like, girl, what's wrong with you? That's in China. And I said, no, if it's in China, it's here. It's already here. We just haven't seen it yet. By that May, no, by that March, boom, here come the lockdowns. So sometimes you get an early warning system that other people don't pick up on because some people are proactive and others are reactive. Some of us, I'm just going to stop talking at that. Yeah,
There's a comment there. I think that sums it up. Moon laced muse said, I can't think of a behavior that is exclusive to one group of people. That's the truth. That's
absolutely.
the truth. Mm, yeah.
Absolutely. And I do want to also go back. Big Giz, you did point out that predatory behavior can happen with men and women. That is true. I don't want to take that away from anybody. As little girls, I've even seen some stories recently of pastor women who were molesting or who were touching younger girls and now they're adults and coming out. There was at least two different stories I saw of that. So a predator doesn't really like the power dynamics, the deviancy of it. It doesn't have a color. It doesn't have a gender. Like it can happen. But in this particular incident, this particular issue that we're talking about, this is something that is happening between intimate partners, which is just it's a beast of a different name. So I don't want you to think that I don't care about those other issues too. I do. In fact, I was one of the people who would routinely say that women who touch children are just as vile and just as disgusting as the men who do it. I don't give them no passes, and their asses should go to jail too. Like I've heard people say, "Oh, y'all don't want women to face those same consequences." The fuck I don't. What do you mean? You don't want women getting locked up for stuff like that? Yes, I do. I don't. That's a male thought. That's not. I don't know too many women who are like, "Yeah, just let her touch the kids and it's okay. We don't. We won't put her in jail. Beat her ass and then put her in jail."
Well, Candy Kane, I just want to say thank you so much, and we all appreciate you taking the conversation very serious and being sensitive about it and allowing people to just share. And I just want to say thanks.
Yes, absolutely, no problem.
All
You
right.
have a good day. I didn't mean to hold you as long as I did. Hopefully, I didn't keep you too long.
No, I enjoyed the conversation, but thank you so much. I'm gonna go.
Okay, you have a good day, May. Thank you for joining. And hello, CG.
How you doing?
Good. Are you Seymour from the chat?
That's me. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome up.
Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. I have a few issues with the way that you're structuring your way of putting history.
History?
Yeah. Like you're basically saying like you're basically saying that us as black men are doing the same sick shit that white men are doing just because like black women seem to benefit off whatever. Like we live in two different realities. I'm just like, and I'm not trying to bash black women, but this is the problem I have with black women. Y'all never want to blame the white man for shit he does. That's why we end up with shit that happens with that lady in fucking Africa and shit. Excuse my language, but it's like it's frustrating. It's like y'all never want to blame the white man for shit that he does, or the so-called white man, because he's just a pawn for the Canaanites. Y'all don't know. No, it's no, every race of men wants to take credit for what other men do. Yeah, except for pedophilia.
That's my point.
There's no point on
You're
that. If
making my point for me.
I'm not. There's no point on that. Like, so you're saying that we want to take credit for something that's fucking sick and disgusting? Why would we take credit for that? When it's literally 77% of Caucasian men are pedophiles and they touch kids. So you're going to put that on black men? So we got to take
Where did
credit
you
for
get
that.
that stat from?
That's
Where
everybody
did
knows
you
this.
get that
You
stat?
want me to bring it up?
No, no,
It's
no,
from
no, no. I'm sorry.
FBI.com. So what do you mean?
Okay,
Where
I
do I
need
get
you
that?
to
What do you mean?
show.
Where I get that stat from? That's
You
like,
just
where
said
you get that
70,
stat from?
70. Okay, you got to slow down and you're going to be respectful on my panel.
Sorry, I'm my
It's
bad.
one of the things.
I'm sorry.
We're having a dialogue. I'm not beating up on you. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Okay. So 70, you just told me 77% of white men touch kids. I think that's a dangerous accusation to make without proof.
77 of men that are convicted for touching kids are Caucasian.
Okay, so that's different because you didn't say convicted. You said touch kids
What's the
without
difference?
conviction.
They got caught when the other ones didn't. That's still a percentage of people that are doing something that's them. Like, why are you trying to throw black men at that? Like, what does this have
Because
to do with
I
black
just
men? Is
had
what I'm
okay,
telling
so
you.
maybe you
So
came in late,
we have to take
but there
credit
were
for them
just
touching kids.
you listen. We both can't talk at the same time. I'm trying to be respectful to you, but you also got to be respectful to me too. And I'm gonna go ahead and add Big J to the stage. Big J, can I get a mic
Yeah,
check?
yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so before you go, you just said 77% of white men touch children. I'm telling you that is a dangerous stat for you to put out
Why is it
without
dangerous if it's true?
because where is the
Cause it's
proof?
not. Cause
No, it
it's
is
not.
true.
No, it's not. You said you okay. So you're going to sit there and say that 70% of the people of a population are that right? Based upon what?
Did you just come up here to be a sassy little fucking black man? Dude, don't come up here with that sassy shit,
Oh
bro.
wait, hold on.
You
Hold,
What
sound like a
you're
hold
bitch
on.
not
anyway, bro. I
Don't
don't
going
give
to
a fuck what
do.
you gotta
hold
say.
on.
You sound like you suck
No,
dick.
what
Your
what
bitch
what
ass
you're
Don't
up.
not going to do? Cause I'm gonna tell you something, nigga. I will whoop your
don't
motherfucking ass.
don't even worry about it, Big
You're
J.
going
What
to
we're not gonna
respect
do is
me,
be
motherfucker.
disrespectful.
No, you're
We're
going
not
to
gonna do that.
respect me and like it, bitch.
He's gone, Big J. I don't put
See,
him to the back.
I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. We got a bunch of Delta Novembers talking. What he just did is kin to how Charlie Kirk will say, well, 13% commit 50% of the crimes. It's the same. It's the same logic. It's the same logic, and that's my problem. How some people will take stats that they pull from social media, and people don't sit there and research things. That's my problem with social media. People repeat things that somebody else said, and they don't do no due diligence in actually reading. See, as somebody who used to work in the criminal justice system, that
Hmm.
13% commit the 50% of crime, that's a lie. And,
Right.
and, and, and it's the same way how 75% of white men are quote unquote pedophiles. That's not true if you look at the actual spreadsheets and the spreadsheets and research.
And see, I don't have a problem if you want to come up and you have stats that you want to talk about, we can talk about them. But you can't just spew numbers at me and hit me with like talking points that have no backing. I can tell you where I got my stats from. I have my sources on my computer. If you can provide me with a source that I can look at, then I can rock with what you're saying more. But you can't just come on a platform and say that 70% of a specific, because if I allowed white people to get up here and say 90% of black people did X, Y, and Z, like we'd have a problem with that. We can't just be running around. Misinformation does not help the cause. And I see what Just Jay is saying, but seriously, was this about black men? It wasn't about black men. But the problem is when we have these sorts of talks, people want to separate and be like, oh, that's just white men doing that. So we don't, it's not a black issue. It's never a black issue until it becomes a black issue.
I
The
mean, I
point is
mean,
not black man, white man. The point is man. Be careful of man. Be careful of the person laying next to you because they can harm you. That was the point of this stream. None of those women thought that their husbands would be capable, I'm sure, until they found out he was. And then we just had a bunch of women just come on here and tell you that they had been messed with as children. These stories, and they were black women. So to be like, oh, well, only white men, what, he didn't say only. Let me take that out because I'm adding 20 on 10 right now. What he said was 70% of white men are PDF files. Well, tell me how many percent of black men are.
I'm gonna
Give me
say
those
this right.
stats and those numbers.
All you got to do is go to the criminal FBI or some of your local sheriff's department stats and look it
Right.
up. That's all you have to do.
But people
But
don't look it
people,
up. They,
right?
or even if they do look it up, they are not equipped to interpret the stats. A lot of people they misread the stats, misapply the
Yeah.
stats. Sometimes it's intentional, other times it's unintentional. But I just don't. I don't want y'all like this. I will always tell y'all, I'm never going to disrespect your space. Don't come in mine being disrespectful. We can always have a conversation. I don't have an issue talking. But when you
No.
start getting disrespectful, it's not a conversation anymore. And I'm not about to let you take me out my body. And NPC, you're right. I don't mind pushback, but he's not giving healthy pushback. He's like, do you hear the argument? I'm not going to argue with anybody on the internet. Why do I need to do that? We can talk, we can have a discussion. You can have an opposing opinion to mine, but to like when y'all getting disrespectful like that, that take that to somebody else's platform. It's plenty of places that want to see a bloodbath around here. Not here. Not in my house. Wipe your feet before you come in the door and show some respect.
And I'm gonna say something to to any of you Negroes when call somebody sassy. I tell you what. You know what? I'll leave it. I'll leave it alone. This is your channel. I tell you where I will be at.
Nah, Big J, it ain't even that serious.
And we will discuss this like men.
This is why, but I just want for everybody in the audience who just heard that exchange, I want y'all to know this is why I hesitated in even hosting a stream like this, because there's always a not all, leave us out the conversation. I wasn't putting y'all directly into the conversation. My advice was to all women. I've never been the type to come up here and start black men this, black men that. I don't hate black men. I've never hated black men. Like y'all, but y'all with y'all arguments will push somebody into a position where now you like it's like an animal with their back against the wall because you pushing, pushing, pushing. You know what I'm saying? Like again, I don't mind you disagreeing with me. I don't mind you having a difference of opinion. I think that's healthy. I don't like echo chambers. I like it when we can go back and forth and you can say you disagree.
Hold on. Let me help you out. In NPC, how Big J made the conversation fall apart. Let me help you out real quick. I didn't came over here with the name calling. He did.
And this is all I'm saying, just Jay. This right here. But your thing is, it's not about white men or black men. It's about husbands betraying their wives. Absolutely. And I don't want him threatening. That's why I just told him not to do that. Big J, please.
I tell you what. Now, I ain't make no threat. You made the threat by coming at me sideways. You don't want to sit there and calling somebody assassin when nigga, you not educated.
Can you just
you
not
are a
address
Delta
Big J,
November, a
Big J,
dumb nigga.
It's not fair for you to keep addressing him if I have him not on the panel. Let it go. It's not even worth it.
No, I demand fucking respect. You punk made idiot.
You're disrespecting me right now, though. I appreciate you coming up trying to regulate with the shame, blame, and explaining. I do. But it's not worth going back and forth. And now if I'm gonna let you talk to him and yell at him and get your stuff off, I might as well let him back up on the panel so he can go back and forth with you. I can't handicap him and allow you to keep going off on him.
But Can, we have a problem in social media when misinformation is being spread. It's not in this been a problem. People want to hide and put out stats that are not accurate. And
so Seymour, I'm gonna let you back up. But what I don't want is for you and Big J to be up here arguing. Do you have the stats that are going to show what you're saying? And King Pix, I see you came in. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to ignore you. Thank you to everybody coming through. I appreciate you guys for coming in. If you got stats, Seymour, go ahead and tell me in the chat. You got the proof of the stats? I want to see the proof of the stats, though. Can you drop them in the chat for me? I'll pull them up.
NCP, I'm tired of being the better man. Because I was told I was a bitch ass nigga by that piss colored woman over there.
Please, Big J, don't bring her up
before
over here.
Christ.
She already is trying to get at you. I don't want to inherit any enemies. This is y'all's beef. I get it. I never called you a bitch ass nigga. Seymour, where can you drop the stats for me in the chat? And then I'm gonna let you back up so that y'all can continue on. Lord.
See, and this is the reason why we need to, since Donald Trump is destroying the Department of Education, we need to reinstitute the Department of Education so people can understand how to know what stats and charts are. Stats and charts matter. Facts matter, not your opinion. I'm of the belief that facts matter. I believe in evidence-based in evidence-based evidence-based discussions.
I mean, and you're right, but you know what? Opinions do kind of matter too, because if without opinions, I wouldn't have a channel. Like this is a social commentary channel. I try to present as many facts as I possibly can, but the most of what you get here are people's opinions on the subjects that I bring up. It's in the back chat. Let me see. CJ, wait, CG. Sorry, I didn't mean to say your name wrong. It says the AI overview. The official FBI uniform crime report does not support claims that 77%. Let me show this. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you up, and then I'm also gonna show it.
Yeah, I think you owe
Oh,
me an apology at the least. At least sub to my channel where I do real information with facts.
what you just sent me
It's
already
it's, it-
says.
it's about what I said. It's 100% true.
Well, let me finish
You're
reading
reading
this.
it. You're reading to respond. You're not reading to educate yourself.
I'm
It's a
reading.
broken clock is
Okay,
right
you're
twice a
cutting me
day.
off, and that is a pet peeve. If you want to stay up here, you're gonna stop doing that.
You're a woman. Respect me.
And now you're kicked. Bye. Um, I don't care that you have a penis. This is my shit. You got me all the way fucked up. Bye. Do you have any
Even
final
if
words,
you
Big
read it,
J?
even if you read it, right? It says 70% of crimes committed by white men. That does not mean 70% of white men commit crimes. It says
That's what
about
I
the
was
crimes
trying
that
exactly.
right. Or my God, reading comprehension is bad. Reading comprehension on folks is that bad.
And I just want to
It's,
show y'all so y'all know I'm not crazy. Like one thing I am not is stupid. Um, I've been reading for a very long time. I can comprehend what I read very well. I'm gonna stop sharing this screen so I can share the other one. No, sir. No, 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 no. We don't do the respect me because I'm a man. You can go on and go somewhere else. That's like you already getting off on the wrong foot with me. Talking about I owe and see if I had wronged you, I have no problem giving an apology in a situation where I was actually wrong. But the simple fact that you coming up here playing on my line, you must not know who I am. Go on somewhere. Where is this? Share. This is the link that he sent over to get to the FBI pages. But before he did that, he did this search here FBI.com, 77% Caucasian men do, and just stopped at CR. This does not say that they are pedos. Can y'all see this? Do I need to make it bigger? Because I'm going to let you comprehend and read for yourselves. I don't need to interpret it for you. I think all of y'all are intelligent enough to read for yourselves. Okay, let me see if I can zoom. I don't even know how to zoom on this page. Damn it. Oh, I can't. This is the AI overview. So before we even go into digging through the individual tables that he sent, it automatically tells you does not support claims that 77% of crime is committed by Caucasian men. I thought you said they were all PDF files. Now you're going into just general crime. Like this is what I'm talking about when I say y'all manipulate. I'm not with it. Anyways, I'm done showing this. Thank y'all for coming through. That just blew my mood. I need to go ahead and get off of here and go take a quick walk. Cause yeah, nah. Do you have anything to say, Big J?
Hold on. Yeah. Hey, you talking about let me defend myself? I'll go live in a minute. I'll bring you up, and I want you to try that Delta November crap with me. Since so you'll
Seymour,
call me sassy, nigga. I'm out.
Big J, but wait. Before you drop, touch down in
Go.
the chat again so he can follow your page.
Okay.
Touch down in the chat. He wants to have that discussion with you. Y'all want to argue and have that discussion. I think that that is a fair exchange to go and do it on his channel. Yes, I'm about to end, DJ. Are you going live tonight? Oh, I can't. I can't. No, there's no defending yourself here. Don't roll your eyes at me. There's nothing to defend. You didn't send me a specific article. You sent me a Google page. I'm going by the Google page. Mahogany, you can come back up.
And and looking at his page, it's manosphere. It's on that SYSBM bullshit. That's what this is. It's SYSBM.
A lot
That's
of men are
all.
manosphere. Listen, a lot of men are manosphere. That doesn't mean that I can't have a conversation with you. Like my whole thing is show me some respect, I'll show you some back. You are intentionally coming up here trying to disrespect me and think I'm gonna keep letting you up. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Like I don't need attention. I don't need like the like and the view is not that important for me to allow you to play with my integrity and my respect like that. What's wrong with you? And thank you all. Whoever's saying good show, I appreciate y'all coming through. Like the show, my viewers, the comments, y'all help to make the show. Like I appreciate the feedback and the perspective. And Mahogany, thank you for coming back. What did you want to add?
I wanted to tell you, hey Big J, hey everybody, Brownie, Sweet Pea. I just wanted to tell you that I was supposed to be going to watch the Michael Jackson movie, but we delayed that, so that's fine. But I enjoyed myself so much tonight, just listening to everybody, to May, all the guests that you had up here tonight, everybody. I heard May's story, which was very similar to my story. It's in what I was talking about, it being a culture. Nobody wanted to check, her cousin. Nobody wanted to check. And so it really touched my soul. I did send you a little something in the Cash App, so make sure you check that out. I wish I could send you
Oh,
more.
no, I
I enjoyed
appreciate
myself
it.
so much. No, well, you did. I don't know how to express how am how happy I am that you did this live stream about this topic. And I'm just hear a lot of you women, to include May and LA Project and Rogue C and I'm just glad to see you ladies doing your thing. For so many years, there weren't too many women. You could count us on one hand, honey, that were doing panels, that were bringing up topics. You definitely needed and wanted, and don't let these people don't you I just want to say this: streaming, live streams, panels is a lot more difficult than people think. It is not easy. Personally, I could never handle it. That's why I do it very rarely.
Mhm.
But you've got a talent for making people feel comfortable. God knows you made me feel so comfortable today. And you've got a talent for moderating the panel and the chat. And so I'm just so happy. I'm just very, very happy, very pleased with the way the show went. Do not let these people frustrate you or run you off. I know that that can happen sometimes in our space, but you just keep on doing what you're doing. I would love for you to do another topic like this, because I just think that it's important to talk about so we can heal. people need to heal, people need to learn, so I'm not going to be too long-winded, but keep up the good work. I really enjoyed myself. I can't say that enough. I'm going to rewatch this live stream, and y'all have a great night. Okay.
Thank you so much, Mahogany. And I'm gonna play the my money song. I always forget to do that because I'm not checking for the cash app when we're talking. Like when we have these lives, like I'm all in on the stream and like you say, doing the moderating, making sure I'm
Hmm.
catching the comments and like, not leaving anybody out. And I appreciate you too, May. Thank you so much. Thank you to anybody who has donated. I thank y'all. Thank you to everybody that came through. Um, and for sharing your story. Like this is people always forget like when you hear stuff on the internet, we are so desensitized to the humanity of other people that y'all be forgetting that's a person on the other side of that story. And that's all I'll be trying to do is to bring that back, to bring back some humanity because we are so used to avatars and to not looking at people as people. Even in the gentleman who came up here tonight, CG is still backstage and I'm still not letting him up because he was being disrespectful. I told you I have the conversation with you, but you're gonna show me some respect or I'm gonna show you the door. That's it. Those are your two options. So anywho, thank y'all again. I'm gonna go ahead and play the money song and then I'm gonna end it.
It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money. My money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. My money and I need it now. This better have my money. It's my money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap. Like rap, rap, rap. This better have my money. It's my money and I need it now. This better have my money.
Again, thank you all so much for coming through. I hope y'all have a great evening, great rest of your night. As far as I know, DJ Witch Doctor is going live with the Not for Humans page. So if you are not familiar with him, he's the one who actually did my money song and he did my outro. And so if y'all don't have anything to do tonight, nobody else is live that you know of, slide on over. It's at Not for Human, no, at This Is Not for Humans. Look it up. DJ, if you can like drop your link in the chat for anybody who doesn't know you so they can get familiar. And y'all have a good evening. Appreciate you coming through. DJ the Vampire. He